Okay.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that came through. I pressed the go live button.
It's gonna go live on a different one. You can't go live through Zoom.
It says it's live right now.
There we go.
It says live on YouTube.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a separate one.
Oh, there's the
Ooh,
notification.
Gypsy's Kiss is live too.
There we go. Okay.
Uh-oh. Everyone's going live.
It gives everyone a place to go. It gives
yes.
everyone a place to
Meeps
go.
is here. Hi, Meeps. Yeah, we all need a place to gather.
Everyone, yeah, we all need a place to chat. Chat. Okay, all right. So I'm guessing we're live now. I'm gonna grab my other iPad to make sure.
And read the. Yeah, you are live because I can see it on my phone. I can see us.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, everybody. Now AGK is still live, so stick with them. I just went on because I know that they're not going to be on the whole time.
Yeah, he announced it. He was like, I thought he was logging off. I mean, he made it sound like he was done, but it's like maybe somebody asked a question.
That might be it. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say it in his chat though, because I don't want people to switch over yet.
I'm sending it to everyone for you, Amy.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think right now I'm the only one. I'm the only one like on YouTube because you guys don't have your video on.
Oh, I'm frantically putting a little bit of eye makeup on.
I know.
And
we're going live. We're going live.
I look terrible. I don't. Yeah, I'm just trying to look halfway, and then I will.
Okay, and I'm gonna try and plug in.
So this is Meeps talking. I am completely in the dark right now. I saw the Zoom email and I thought, sure, I'll hop on and talk about what's going on. But I have seen nothing. I know nothing except they said something.
Tell her.
The finder finally came forward. He spoke. He spoke his
piece.
He
spoke? Oh
he
my
spoke
goodness.
his piece, and he had photos that none of us have seen before. Proving that he's
so
the finder.
It's real. Oh my gosh.
It's real.
Can you see the screen, Meeps?
Okay, well that's huge.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's a lot to process.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
It's huge.
Yes, it is. It's
wow.
This is rough. Okay, I am.
Wow.
Let's
going up for sale.
Are you kidding?
No.
For sale?
Talks about it down.
Let me get my checkbook. Hold on.
Okay, everyone, we're pulling our money together so we can buy the quest.
Name your price.
Let's do this.
I just sent the invite links to like everybody, Amy, including Dale.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I let Dale know that we were going live for this as well. But because he's planning on going live tonight after AGK. So, and I let the chat in AGK know that I'd be going live after Toby, but I thought he was ending it, but then he didn't end it. So that's why I'm like, I'm not going to say that in Toby's chat yet so that people can stay there, until he finishes up. Then come over here and chat and then go back to AGK, I guess, because they'll be live at 7 p.m. And then I'm going on at the regularly scheduled time, which is after AGK with Dale and Cynthia. And so you guys have a place to chat for like, what,
all night,
20 hours?
Toby's actually going to do a preview of my teaser trailer for my puzzle dropping on October 1st.
Oh, I was going to talk about that tonight too. And I will. I'll talk about it tonight as well.
After I'll send you the teaser trailer. You have my permission to play it if you'd like. And then you could also talk about the grand prize.
That's what I wanted to. I wanted to talk about that because I wanted to give you some major props. I know that you were having a difficult night and you could have done the classic move of venting and being angry and all that stuff. But instead, what did you do? Which was such a beautiful thing, is you decided to press buy on a $350 prize for your next hunt to turn all of that frustration and sadness into like this beautiful treasure hunt. So mad props. Mad props to you.
Thank you.
That's what it's all about.
No idea. Thank you for doing that. I didn't know. Sorry you're having a hard time. I have no idea what, but sorry.
Oh, no,
It's-
no. You guys keep me going. It's cool.
Yeah, it's the usual that, you know, everyone's familiar with. And, you know, going live is exposing yourself. And sometimes you just don't want to do it. You know, it's like, hi, this is my weirdness. I can't put my hands down when I talk, you know? It's like, welcome to all the things you can make fun of, right? It's a very vulnerable thing to go live.
It is. Yes, it is.
It
You know,
is.
Ben once sent me an email saying he liked to watch me go live because of my awkward mannerisms.
Really? And I think you're so comfortable. I just think you're so comfortable in front of the camera, Candy. Like you just do you and don't, you know, and so it's always so genuine. I think you're good in front of the camera.
Oh,
Okay, we
thank
actually
you.
have some, let's see,
People coming through.
Car Moreno. Amy Seeks, I solved the message we were working on last night. Oh, a shout out to Mike Hellas, our Zooms. Susie was in the room.
Oh,
I was
for
there the
Vegas
whole
Die?
time.
Yeah, which one? We were working on so many treasure hunts.
Beacon Star, right?
I solved the message we were working on last night. It must be the Beacon Star one, which is very exciting. We
The-
have
Oh, Bobby Dunbar mentioned something about how he cracked a message for Beacon Star.
Yeah, there's
Yep. There's one that's a little bit easier to get than others, and it's a super fun one. Which, you know, I love it when somebody introduces you with something that anyone can solve, because you get that little aha moment without having to
Yeah.
be like an expert cipher code cracker.
I suck at ciphers.
Candy, I feel the same way, but I think the Beacon Star is the book that made me think, wow, ciphers can actually be fun. And maybe it's because it combines it with a story, and I feel like it's ciphers and perhaps there could be an element of wordplay. I don't know for sure, but it has different levels of ciphers, even maybe different layers. And I enjoy working on it, even though I don't have any sort of background in ciphers. It's made me want to learn about them. I also started Jenny Kyle's book about ciphers, and I love her format of how she spent a short chapter, like a page on each one, and made it so that I could understand it. Like she broke it down in a simple, succinct way. And so all of a sudden, something that intimidated me forever was
Fun.
pretty fun. Yeah. So I actually enjoy it now. It doesn't feel like math homework. So
Oh, that's
I don't
pretty
know.
cool.
It's a fun book. It's a fun puzzle that I like to work on. It's down the street from me. So of course I have to, you know, at least try.
That's pretty cool.
I enjoy it. You guys, I apologize. I have to run for now. I'm glad I got to hear the news, you know, from you guys. I hope to hop on later and talk about it. But I will try to.
There will
join you
be
soon.
plenty of people talking about it.
Oh my gosh. All right. I'll see you later.
nice
Thanks,
seeing
Amy.
you, me.
Bye.
Bye.
Later, Meeps. Okay, Alan K. Here we go.
I sent him the invite.
Hi,
Do people
Alan.
know why? Do people know why we're here?
Some people do, some people don't. I mean, you know, how fast can the word spread, right?
I know.
I
You guys
was
are
pretty
hearing an
shocked
echo.
when I mean, I rarely. Oh, is there an echo? Shoot, that's gonna be me.
I hear it in your, like you have an extra window open maybe? Do you have like a YouTube window open?
Let me make sure my YouTube window's open. I'm gonna mute my mic in between talking to see if that's it too.
Maybe it's just me. No, because it's gone.
All right, let me know in the chat if you guys are sensing an echo too.
Right? Well, we have to talk in order to get an echo. There's plenty to talk about. Oh,
All right, can you hear me now?
yeah.
So how about now? Can you hear me?
Maybe if nobody else is hearing it, it could be, oh, wait, I think it's gone.
Now we can't hear you.
What happened?
Oh, I'm getting an echo on my audio. It's this microphone that's a cardioid microphone, so it's picking up the background too. It's a thing. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and scroll up. Oops, there
Y'all,
we go.
the crazies
Davio's
have
there.
come to play.
Uh-oh, really?
Oh,
Where?
they are attacking the finder left and right.
Really? God, what is wrong with people?
I know.
I thought it was a great writer. That's like my first thought.
Yeah, I
This is
thought,
Alan, by the way.
wow, this is so good.
I thought that was you first, Alan. When I was reading the article, I was like, this sounds like Alan.
That's funny. I just sent that to someone. I'm like, dude, this finder's awesome. He reminds me of me, but it's totally not me.
Oh, really? I wish it was you, Alan.
Who says it
Me
wasn't?
too, but he seems like a good guy.
Yeah, he does seem really cool. And very protective of Fen, which I approve.
And he, all that Eric Sloan stuff in
Okay.
there. I
Can
approve.
you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
That's a confirmative. Confirmative?
Affirmative, confirmative.
New word, visual confirmative.
It's a W.
Hey
This
kids,
is a train wreck.
Hello.
So Davio, are you unaware of what
Hello.
happened?
what,
You know?
what happened?
The finder has come forth.
So I'll go back to screen share.
Look at his face.
It's
There we
huge.
go.
Seriously, there is a name?
No, not a name, but he came forth and talked about how he found it. And it's basically just, in lieu of Fen passing and how he wants to remember his friend.
And he's putting it up for sale. He said that much. And he's a millennial, so he's a young
Hey.
guy.
No, actually, a millennial can be anywhere between the ages of up to 39, as long as they were born in from 1982 to 19 something.
So does
Oh.
he? So how do we know he's the real guy? How?
The pictures.
It's on
These
Dale's
pictures?
website.
These are
Pictures.
new pictures.
And
New
people are
photos.
saying Douglas Preston was the one that posted this article for the Finder.
Oh,
Plus,
interesting.
see that picture right there?
That's-
Picture, that's the one I sent you, Amy, for you to compare with the one I sent you in the other email.
Ah, okay. Let me look at where do
Because
I have that?
the pictures we got from Fen was the same thing, but the chest was open. This is a picture from the Finder that shows the chest is closed.
right.
Right.
So
Again,
so this is on Dale's site, and do we have a name? You said no.
no, the Finder still wants to stay anonymous. This is why Fen was protecting him, because he knows how crazy people are.
But he says more information. He's left us thinking more information for sure is going to come out, and for sure it's going up for sale. The chest is up for sale,
But he also put, and now the chase is in my hands, and he says, I don't know what to do. And then he quotes Fen, making plans agnostic to freedom, meaning there still might be something coming, even if he sells the chest or not.
So anyone in the chat, if you want our attention, put at Amy Seeks, and then the person you have the question for, or just the comment or whatever. So here's the image that you sent me, Candy.
And what does that look like to you, Amy?
Asterisk.
Exactly, Susie.
It's an asterisk.
And zoom in really close in the upper right hand corner.
Let me see if I can here. Oh, come on. Oh.
Left.
Scroll it down.
It won't let me go over.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
Where am I
trees.
going?
See right there, right there. What do you see?
Trees.
Look closer, kids. Look closer.
What are we?
FF. Is that FF?
No, look at the ground. What are you seeing in the ground?
A
Oh,
stick?
this over here. This over here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, a divot?
Doesn't that look like a very interesting shaped depression into the ground that matches the
The
exact
immaculate
picture that the
impression.
Finder posted?
But nonetheless, this picture is from the Finder. Is that what you're saying here? That's what
No,
this.
no.
And he's
No, this is a picture in comparison to the Finder's photo.
Yes.
So what is the
And okay, I'll go back to the article.
that is?
There we go.
That's on Dal's site that we have.
No.
put forward?
Yes,
This
we
is a
have
site
stuff on
called-
Dale's site.
This
So
is a site
this-
called Medium, and it's a site where people can write stories and post them.
It's medium.com, the Finder Remembrance of Forrest Fenn. Okay. And so this is not on Dal's site, but Dal put this on his site. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think it's on Dale's site, is it? I don't know.
No, what I read is that Douglas Preston was the one that posted this on this website.
Douglas Preston posted.
This article on this website.
That's very interesting.
Well, it's a website it's frequented by writers. So, it might be one that, Preston already knew about, but so far that's a conspiracy, right? That's like a not verified, right?
So,
No, not
yes.
verified, but
Okay.
a lot of people are saying about it. It takes 2 seconds to trace who posted what.
so it's put up
Oh.
on Finder, but it's put. I'm so confused. So did the Finder this to Preston, or did he put this up?
Finder wrote this article.
Finder wrote the article. Finder put photographs in said article. Yes.
What happens if
Yes.
if we click on the Finder?
Where's that take you?
I tried that.
Goes
There
to
are 69 people now following the Finder.
Well, there is the Finder on YouTube that now I'm like, oh wow.
Let me move this out of the
You
way.
could
He's,
actually go
he's gone a
to-
long way to
See
remain
this.
anonymous to this point. I don't think he's going to accidentally leave his first name and his Medium profile or anything like that.
Oh heck no.
I wouldn't think so.
Agreed.
I just so the photograph. So we're having photographs never been seen before, and that is which is making us think that he is the Finder. Is there?
Yeah, it's pretty clear. These are new photos, never been released before. Like here's
Ooh, there.
that. Yeah.
That's
Okay,
necklace.
big
what
key.
I think Davio is confused about is, and I am as well, the information that I got about this and all the pictures and everything are on Dale's website. I got information, I got an email from Dale, and that's where it listed all this letter or this,
Yeah.
It is on
Yes.
Dale's?
That's
Susie,
cool.
I
I'm
don't
pretty
have
sure
any-
Dale cut and pasted this whole thing onto his site in that new post. But it
Okay, so
originated
this
from
came out
this.
first.
The original
Yes.
and from the person Finder. Okay, cool. Is there any other photographs? Is there
Mm,
any other?
Yeah, like 4 new photos came out.
Okay,
So-
I'll scroll down. Now, AGK just went offline and they did a great analysis as far as going through this whole thing as well. So I highly recommend watching how they went through that.
Was it last
Um,
thing this came out?
Huh?
When did this come out?
today.
Hours ago, just a few out,
It was
We
it
broke
was like,
Davio's mind.
To-
It's a lot to comprehend.
well, I'm trying to find something that definitive makes it for sure.
Right?
Finder.
Yeah. It is.
Well,
It's
in the
impossible,
article-
but yeah.
The article
go
of the
ahead.
Finder talks about how he called Fenn in 2018 on the phone and he had like a 20-second conversation with him, which again proved my theory on how Fenn came out on Jenny Kyle's website January 3rd, 2018 with the gut feeling the treasure would be found.
And also,
Yeah, but I'm gonna-
he's presented photos that we haven't seen before of the treasure chest. Yes, he's given us a photo of the dragon bracelet inside the pouch that it came in, and the rusty scissors that we haven't seen before. New photos along with this huge article about the Finder and how he found it. Not how he found it, but how he found it. Not the clues and stuff like that.
Well, he
But,
did mention the blaze.
he did mention the blaze and
but
how
wasn't that the
another
fake
searcher
blaze?
messed
He
with
talked
the
about
blaze.
how it was actually not the right blaze.
Some other searcher
He's-
had been in the area and messed with the blaze or changed the blaze or did something with the blaze. Yeah.
We'll have
Well,
to,
he
like,
called
reread
Fenn and
this.
said he thought he found a fake blaze.
We got to reread this.
Yes, read
Yeah,
it.
and I'm not
That's
trying to elicit conspiracy theories, but to answer your question, Davio, there's nothing that proves indisputably that this is the Finder. But to Susie's point, these photos alone are proving something.
Or
Like, no one has seen this before.
the photos are truly stunning and amazing. Are we assuming that said finder is behind the camera taking the pictures? Is that what?
Yes. Yes, because in the article he talks about having, this is his one time when he met with Forrest.
Okay.
So if you can see here at home, depending on how the internet is, this is the little head popping out of the dragon coat bracelet. And
Right. That's
and for some
cool.
reason, a pair of rusty scissors. Does he say in
I
the
can't
article
believe that he
anything?
accidentally left those scissors in there. I can't believe that. Like,
Those scissors
accidentally
fell
left
off.
scissors.
Yeah, baloney. I don't believe it, but that's what Forrest said. He's like, oh wow, I didn't know they made it in there. Like he did.
What?
Is that the surprise that
He
we're
figured,
supposed to
I
be
love this.
surprised about?
The finder says, I figured they belonged to King Tut or something like that. Nope.
It
just
looks
a pair of
like it. It looks
scissors.
like he was snipping for mummification like process. It's crazy.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
This is,
Yeah. There you go. At some point before he secreted the chest, a simple pair of metal scissors made their way in there without him noticing. I got the sense that even after many years of preparation, the final audacious decision to actually put the chest out there was something of a whim. I'm sure he wouldn't have liked it any other way. So yeah, so the photos are clearly photos by someone who found the chest.
or someone who is in the room with the chest holding that camera. Absolutely. Now, has anybody done any forensics on the photos to find out where and because there's
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
This is only a few hours old.
exactly. So that would tell a lot. I mean, there's nothing that definitively shows this equals this from this. You know what I mean? There's nothing.
Well, it's a logical conclusion. When you have photographs that are taken that can only have been taken by someone who had the chest, who found the chest, or who knew who found the chest, or whatever. And then in the article, he says this was the one time he got to meet Forrest. Then it makes sense that him, or, and I'm guessing just him, took the pictures unless he had a significant other. And by the likes of the article and the fact that he's a millennial, doesn't lead to the fact that he had a significant other with him at the time. So he regrets not being able to have seen Forrest again, because Forrest wanted to fly him out to see him again, and it didn't happen.
Well, the part that made me cry the most in the article is when he said that Fen wanted to fly him out and even asked him to move to Santa Fe. I'm like, Fen did that to me too. He said he wanted me to move to Santa Fe, and I just started crying like a baby.
I looked at the reflection in that table, and I swear I saw your face chasing Indy. So you are the finder.
No, Alan, you are the finder.
There we go. There's the reflection. Okay, we do have some questions in chat. Let's see here. Minotaur Marino, if that was posted by Douglas Preston, that's big news. That's big news. So some people are saying that, but we're not sure why they're saying it yet. We don't know if they did forensics on Medium or what it is, but that is one of the rumors that are currently out there.
I mean,
you forgot to do the thing though, Amy. Go back to that second picture I showed you that the finder posted with the chest closed.
Right. Okay, right. So we're doing a comparison. We're doing forensics, people.
Come on, get down my rabbit hole.
Get down here with me in this rabbit hole, dang it.
Zoom in. Okay. Do you see the angle of that box, right?
And there's
then do you see that little piece of wood up in the upper corner?
There we go. Can you all see that?
It's the same wood as the one that you can see made out of the asterisk.
Okay, so take a good look at this picture, everyone. Okay, and then we're going to
show me the graph.
There's the
Alan. Alan's like the first one to deny it.
I admit I don't tend to buy into them, but I know they're fun for people too. So okay, let's hold on. We're going to screen share the image. Okay, and then
I don't see grass anywhere.
There's grass, you goof. It's on close. See, right there. If you zoom in even closer, it's from say you were standing over by that tree stump at the back, and then you were facing towards the screen. That would be the same exact picture where the chest was closed, and you see a little piece of wood in the background.
I agree, Candy. I think it does. I can see it.
But come on. So again, devil's advocate here. Do you think that those have been sitting like that for whatever 10 years? I mean, I know it's not impossible. It seems a
I
little
totally think
set
so
up.
because I mean I went to a whole bunch of places in like Wyoming and at Hebgen Lake, and there was just stuff there forever. And I mean, Fenn used to actually cut down lodgepole pine trees. Come on.
Okay, so this
Heavy loads.
photo is not from the Finder, though, right? This is not from down.
Correct.
Where did that photo?
It's been floating around somewhere.
Okay.
And now it's definitely going to
Mysterious.
float around. Someone's going to say Amy Seek shared the video of exactly where it was found. And that video, that photo right there is going to go viral for sure.
That is the last thing my channel needs.
Well, I mean,
Just to
if
be in
you
the
look,
middle of
it's like
something like
a
that.
freaking square impression in the dirt of the exact same like position and shape of the chest from the Finder.
Okay, now I do want to put one conspiracy theory to rest because it's so clear right here. What do we see?
That Fenn's happy.
We see a golden disc fitting perfectly in the chest.
Yeah. The
Boom, people. I know that. So one of the conspiracies was that the gold disc was, it wouldn't fit in the chest. And I'm like, well, just as a photographer, I know that when things are in the foreground, everything gets distorted and all that kind of stuff. So there it is. There we see the gold disc. But let's get back. I want to see more of the treasure picture.
yeah, that's a great shot.
Oh.
So Forrest is
I was
Had the
really
bracelet
shocked by how
here.
long Forrest's hair was. I had no idea.
COVID hair. No.
Yeah, COVID hair.
really there's at least 3 people in the room because he's been looking at somebody over here, and then he was looking at somebody on his left, and then you got the guy behind the camera. So there's 3 people in the room right here.
So Outcast Searcher wants to know where that photo came from. But it's Candy's. I'm not sure if she wants to share. I'm not sure where it's been. She said it was floating around the internet.
Right.
It's floating around the internet.
There you go.
Well, on
It
that
was-
point, I saw that photo and I swear I've seen it before. So I'm not sure where it came from, but besides Candy, but
No,
I've seen
it
it
has
before.
been
Insert
floating around the
maniacal
internet.
laughter here.
So,
See-
I mean, we know this now. So another thing that he said in the article was that this bracelet, he did return to Forrest. Now there's some news that's, I hate to be this person. I
We're-
hate to be this person, but I'm going to be this person just for a moment. Cynthia and Dale are coming on after AGK tonight on what we were, the later show that we were going to have on. And Cynthia, she's going to give us some other information. So it's information overload. But there is a little something about the bracelet, and I'm going to let her share it with her because it's not really my information to share, but she's going to share some information that just makes it curious that it's as simple as the bracelet was returned to Forrest. So,
That's pretty cool.
It
so
is.
yeah, it's an information day. We have information coming in from everywhere. Yay!
Amy, check your email again.
Oh, okay.
isn't
Oh,
it crazy
no.
though? Like this comes out and we have a Tobias says it's finally over, even though it's already over. And then we've got Davios and even myself that are still like trying to poke holes in things. It's never going to end. And
Yeah.
honestly, is an amazing writer. For anyone that hasn't read this article, he's a great writer, so recommend reading it. But the first thing I did was do a quick scan on where was this chest, and it doesn't tell us. And so that's why it's awesome to me, because it's like it still keeps the chase alive.
Well, I
does.
mean,
With
I
everything
have a
about how their family did not want this to go on, this to me is more that somebody within the family retrieved it and stopped the chase. Doesn't the person who is supposed to have found it, we haven't heard anything, and or that puts that person in the same room with the box, let's say, and or giving us definitive answers. The actual location where this was an awesome freaking mystery, and I got to say, I do not blame Forrest for, let's say sending someone, or Shiloh got this or whatever. I think it was the right thing to do because of the crazy people that would have relentlessly bothered his family. So I think it was the right thing to do. I'm not saying,
Fabio.
Huh.
It's obvious there's a real finder.
no, there's nothing obvious at all.
I think it's obvious there's a real finder.
Well,
I mean,
somebody
I think it,
went out into a location and pulled the box and brought it to this location in front of Forrest, which doesn't, there's nothing I mean, if you
Well,
stay,
if you read the article,
the
he talks about that the finder says this is the one time he got to meet Forrest, and he regrets that.
spending more time with him probably, or
Right.
whatever. Well, we would love that, right? But that still doesn't definitively say I'm the guy who found it, and this is how. And this, a picture of me, the chest, and Forrest together in the same room. I mean, this camera could easily be, it could be Shiloh's. It could. There's nothing.
The article basically says that the finder appreciates how much Fenn went to keep his identity secret because of how people reacted. But then he also comes to say that he's sick of people saying it was a hoax, that Fenn made it all up, that it wasn't real. So that's partially why he also was coming forward with this article.
Right.
Here we go. He says, when I met Forrest, he had forgotten about the phone call and found it amusing when I told him. Of course, he had no idea how much I had tortured myself trying to read his reaction on that call. Let's see here.
I want to make sure that you understand, I'm not saying that this is a hoax. There is no hoax. The treasure was out there. He really put it out. I'm not saying that didn't exist for a second. Not for a second. The unforeseen thing is the public and what they did and tortured his family, right? I mean, you got 10,000 people and you got 50 people who are relentlessly hounding you. That's just too much. And so for love of his family, I could see him sending out Shiloh or somebody dear to him that would retrieve it out of the forest and then give us this lovely letter and photographs. I mean, I've not seen anything that definitively says I'm the guy and this is how I found out, which I want to see. We're dying for that. I mean,
what would you, well, here's a question for you then. And for anyone else who might be, I'm going to stop sharing for just a second because I want to do a little thought experiment. So how far would the evidence need to go to be fully convincing for you?
I mean, if there's a picture of him with the box in Forest, that would be great. That would be one. Another in the location.
If he wanted to stay anonymous, is there any way he could stay anonymous and still convince you?
Yes.
He needs to tell us exactly the clues and exactly where he found it. And I'm not saying he needs to, but that's very important to a lot of people.
Right.
But would that be convincing enough as far as
honestly,
would people believe?
I think that the whole reason we're not getting a solution yet is all because there's a possibility it can continue. The guy said in the article that the chase is now in his hands and he's like, I don't know what to do. And then he quotes Fenn, making plans is agnostic to freedom. So even if he decides to sell the chest at, the auction, he could sell pieces, he could sell the whole thing. He can still choose to do another chase for Fenn and do it right in the same spot with a different chest or a different, prize. That's what's so cool about it.
Yes, I agree with that. That would have been something that I wanted to do myself. I found it. Keep the chest alive. Keep the search alive, right?
Forrest also said that he wanted his ashes scattered at the spot, and he made some interesting allusions to, going back to that spot, and he knew Fenn would be resting next to him. So maybe there's some other plans that he has yet to follow through with that he doesn't want to ruin by telling exactly where the special spot is. So
I'm guessing spreading ashes, right?
Brilliant, yeah.
Hey, Amy, did you get that email I sent you?
Can I share it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'll work on that while you guys talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, stop it.
It's like Amy Seek's video tonight, 10,000 views.
I agree with Alan that we seeing explaining how this part of the poem equals this part, or that kind of breakdown. We are all looking for that for sure. So if the guy comes out and it's still on and I've got XYZ in the location, well then we're all back, looking for it like we were before.
I'm going to zoom this in so you all can see. Okay, Candy, set us up for what this email is.
So basically, I sent Fenn that photo of the trees stacked up upon each other to make that lovely little symbol we all know and love. And this was his response within seconds.
There you go. Oh, we have some people in the room asking questions. Okay, Amy Seeks, who started the rumor that Douglas Preston posted the article on the website, because that is causing a lot of confusion, and it was stated as fact earlier on the video. So as far as I know, it's not fact, but there are a lot of people who think it is. We're guessing that they went into medium.com and maybe followed some stuff around, but no, it is not fact as of yet. Okay. And then Gypsy's Kiss. Hi, Gypsy's Kiss. Hi, Toby. Toby says, oh, how so? There we go. Toby says, the finder is not going to tell us the solution or the location of the find ever. That is so sad. I don't want to think that. Jack says, if the finder left us something, then the game is back on.
Exactly.
Oh.
Which is very, very fascinating. That would be the coolest thing this person could do.
I doubt that that's going to happen, but I'm always hopeful.
I mean, that would be fantastic, right?
Yeah, but it sounded like from the article that was not going to happen.
No, but he says
Toby, never say never, Toby. Never say never, Toby. Come on, I read your book.
Oh, nice, Alan.
See, Alan.
Never say never.
Never say never. Very good.
Hi, Toby. Once the treasure is sold, game over. Oh, that's true. So in the article, do I have it right? Oh, looking good, Susie. In the article, do I have it right that he basically says that he's going to sell the chest, pay off student loans, and then travel?
Yes.
Be smart. So, but that doesn't mean the chase is over. That's just the box.
Yeah,
Well,
and
with
it was
the
very vague
contents.
about, he said, I need to reread the article. I haven't read it once, but didn't he say he can sell it? I got that part. But he also said that Forrest was kind of specific with what he wanted to happen with the chest. I don't think it was just like sell it. Maybe there's
Let's go
something
back
more.
Yes.
He alluded to something more for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what if he sells it to the next hider or something like that? Like, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but
It's simply
exactly.
put it was. That would be all you need to do, and let it go on as Forrest, Forrest created, right?
Okay,
I don't know if
now
you guys
we're
are paying
talks.
attention to this, but with the article, there's some things in there where the finder is just playing with words, just like Fen used to do. He's giving you a profile to look for when it's entirely not what it seems to be.
I mean, Forrest could have wrote this, last month.
It felt like Forrest, but that's why it's awesome that this finder was so connected with Forrest. Like, it felt like Forrest could have wrote this. I'm not saying he did. I'm not going to bring up that.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a quick blurb. Alas, I'm a millennial and have student loans to pay off, so it wouldn't be prudent to continue to own the Fen treasure. And at the end of the day, for all our similarities, Forrest and I couldn't be less alike when it comes to collecting. I'm the kind of person who feels burdened by possessions and most free adventuring the world out of a carry-on suitcase. So the treasure and I will have to soon part, and I will offer it for sale, minus the turquoise robe bracelet returned to Forrest, of course. The treasure is a unique piece of American cultural history. The gold glitters, but brighter still are the embedded hopes and dreams of all the many thousands who searched for it. It should belong to a person or institution who will fully appreciate owning such an incredible thing.
Nice.
So, yeah,
Wait.
so
That
we're gonna know more.
That next sentence you skipped is important, I thought.
Yeah, keep
But
going.
Forrest had a final wish.
Okay, I'll keep reading. Sorry, many things are blowing up as people learn of this. But Forrest had a final wish for where he thought the treasure should end up. The first step for me will be to try to make that happen.
Yep.
As for the legacy of Forrest Chase, I suppose it is in many ways in my hands, as wrong as that feels. To be honest, I'm not sure what to do. Whatever, making plans is antagonistic to freedom. You will see. I'll be back to answer some questions in any case. But no, not that one.
So,
And
so
the
what?
one. Where's the chat? Where was it found?
I know, but that still gives us much hope for where is Wormwater Cult and such.
Warm water's hole at the home of Brown.
We have some more stuff coming from the
Right.
chat. Watto Man, seems like the finder is not going to reveal the solve or the location. I'll be back to answer some questions in any case, but no, not that one. AGK says the next thing we will hear about the Fen treasure will be from the institution that buys it. Jack says, I spent about 25 full days of failure looking for the treasure. Oh, this is the quote in the story. I spent about 25 full days of failure looking for the treasure at that location before getting it. I'm still in treasure hunting mode, I think. I feel like 25 means something. Oh, 25. You think he might be hinting at something in there. I mean, this article is full of, oh my gosh, and what did he say? And what about this?
It sounds like Fen wrote it.
Yeah, I can't believe you didn't read $17 a square inch until like after. Like,
I know, and why did he make a point of that? And then why
Yeah.
did he bring it up Eric Sloan? Oh,
I know. It's like, come on,
I
Finder.
know. It's torturous.
Do you really think the finder wrote that? There's just no way.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
I
a Carter.
really do.
Absolutely no way.
Hey,
I
Carter.
totally believe the finder wrote it.
No
I
way.
mean,
Yeah.
I don't think
No
it
way. It's
sounded
too-
like Forrest
it-
at all.
Oh my!
No,
wait,
I don't think so either.
It sounds like
No.
somebody who's not emotionally attached to it wrote it.
It sounds
Here we
like
go.
Alan Kay.
It sounds like a millennial.
There's no way. I just graded 20 projects for college students.
Oh,
and
I
they
accidentally
are,
muted him. No, I'm kidding.
and they're and they're terrible. I was like,
This one-
there's no way
college-
this just random finder happens to be this like
Yeah, that's
fantastic
why
of a
we found
writer.
it.
No,
Hey,
Hey,
there's no
Carter,
way.
ask your students what they think a millennial is actually means.
There's absolutely no way. Yeah, 100% no way.
Disagree. I mean, there's a lot of people who
I
don't
disagree.
write all the
Okay,
time, and they
here's-
write pretty good.
Well, here's the question. Yeah, pretty good, but
I didn't
not
think
that
it was
well.
any more than
Maybe
I
he
can
meant
tell
he's
you
a
that.
Still the
1,000 years old.
sunshine.
Maybe he meant he's
1,000?
1,000 years old and he doesn't understand the language.
So here's the question I had in the chat. I missed it. I was reading, I was listening, and then I had to move some stuff back upstairs.
Vampire.
So I put some stuff in the chat a long time ago, and the question I have
Cool.
is, how did he get Forrest's phone number in 2018?
It's
And
all over the
actually,
internet.
A lot of people have it.
Well, hold
I
on, hold
called
on.
it.
That's fine. I'm not
Sorry.
saying other people can't. I'm just saying I've never been that, into personal
It's actually
stuff.
Ben
listed
actually
in
had
one of
And
his
his
then,
first
and then
books.
and then it was a 20
In the
a
first
20
edition,
and then it
had
was a
his phone number.
20
Yeah.
second. Hold on. And but not everybody there were only 1,000 of those. So don't tell me that that's just so easily accessible.
It is easily
not.
The
findable.
moment
So then
someone
hold
got
on.
his phone number
Y'all
from
just
the
hold
book,
on,
it
hold
was
on, hold on.
online.
And then if you're going to call somebody, when have you ever had a 20-second phone call that was so amazing that you thought that you would then do a scrapbook or say, I have a gut feeling it's going to be found, and then Forrest doesn't remember it 2 years later? Oh,
But
come
that's
on.
not what it was
That is
about. If you
not
read the
even-
article, but that's not what it was about. It was about a false. It was about an area and a false.
He was
Blaze.
so close, but it was within 1,000 feet, so it was so close. And then Forrest has no idea; he doesn't remember.
But we know
A
people
phone-
have
oh,
been
come
within
on.
1,000 feet. I mean,
Or-
It sounds like a hoax.
I just
I'm
wanna
not
point
saying
out
this isn't.
again-
I'm not
Like a
saying. I'm
hoax.
not saying this isn't the finder. I'm saying the way it's put out sounds like
Y'all
a
are making
fairy
me want to
tale.
drink.
yes,
It
I'm
does.
muting you, house husband. I'm muting you.
Well, Carter brings a balance into this universe of Zoom right here because it's like this full spectrum of doubt and belief and full on.
Yeah.
Anyways,
And we have
Yeah.
some more from the chat again. I'm going to read.
Thank you.
Ryan
I'm just trying to
Matthews
bring a
says,
different
what if
perspective.
Forrest Estate donated some large amount of money to the Cody Museum for a future purchase?
There you go.
Outcast Searcher says, sounds like a PR person. Maybe the finder hired someone to write the article. Jack says, if Fenn wrote this, then he wrote other stuff that will be coming out piecemeal in the wake of his death from the finder. He may be a genius at keeping himself alive. So,
I think this is genius. I gotta first of all, to be clear, I think we all agreed the treasure was out there. The question is, who is the finder? Is it an agent of Forrest, or is it a real freaking millennial figured this out?
it was Forrest.
This
Forrest, the finder and Forrest. It's Occam's
Oh,
razor.
frickin'
The
Amy.
simplest thing. A
It's-
finder figured it out, found the chest, and then, okay, we have
That's one. So we
The
have
finder definitely found it for sure. The finder definitely found it.
for Forrest retrieved it, not just a random guy who figured it out. No, Forrest with could be Shiloh, could be retrieved it to save his family because of the crap that was coming down on his family. So I'm saying that these two camps are both equally fantastic. Neither one we get to know anything, but I took his opinions. This is brilliant art right here that you are all a part of right now.
Davio, your audio is slightly cutting out. Is it cutting out for other people a little bit?
Yes.
Yes,
And it
Okay.
echoes.
And you're still
Amy, I just wanted to reiterate for everybody in the chat, a millennial is actually, it shows a study between the ages of 22 and 38 years old. So anyone born from 1981 up until 1996 is defined as a millennial. So don't be looking for someone who's like 23, 24 years old. They could be as old as 38 years old.
Basically, it's
as
just
old
younger
as
than most of
38.
us.
Come on now.
Terms like millennial, people like us, dang millennials. You know what I'm saying, it's just like a.
Somebody has has like YouTube running in the background or a different device. There's an echo.
Mine.
It's been like that all day.
It's Amy's something.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself when I'm not talking.
Bada bing, bada boom. Microphone check.
And hopefully that'll help.
You know what's interesting is the guys are seemingly more thinking that this is not what it seems, and you women are all teaming up saying yes, it's the finder, and that in itself I'm finding extraordinarily interesting.
I
Things
feel
are
like
never
it's
what
the
they
finder
seem.
because I myself have such a fierce like loyalty to Fenn, and I will just rip anyone open for saying he was a fraud. And I feel like the finder, how he's coming forward saying he's sick of people saying this wasn't real and Fenn retrieved it, just goes to show you the finder is real and he's very loyal to Fenn like me.
Huh. I think
It makes sense. It's logical. I mean,
it's logical.
I agree with that, Indy. No way would I ever say Fenn's a fraud or anything about this is a fraud or a hoax or anything. 100% agree with that.
Great.
I just don't think the finder wrote this. That's all. I
That's
think
a
he's real.
possibility.
I just don't think he wrote it. It's too professional sounding.
what if he's really smart, like a genius, because he figured it out?
Well, I mean, he did figure out a treasure hunt none of us could figure out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
I know a
in
lot
that-
of smart.
in
I
that
know a
article-
lot of
Better than all
smart.
of
I know a
us.
lot of smart people that
in
cannot
the article, Forrest
write, and I know a
actually
lot of
says
smart
he's a
people that are not
genius.
good at human interaction. They're
But I
just
know a lot of smart people who are. I mean, it's not a logical
Exactly.
determining factor. Just because
Lot
the
of
guy
smart
writes
people are
good doesn't mean he's
good
not the
writers.
finder.
Everyone's
Yeah.
saying that the article seems like a woman wrote it.
Woo.
Compliment.
Nice.
Well, as you know, on the part of all women, I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah,
Maybe
very well
the
written.
finder had his girlfriend write it for him.
Well, this is very interesting because there's no facts. There's lots of innuendo, and we got killer photographs. The photographs.
Either you can choose to believe what you want. You can choose to believe that what we presented is either a truth and those are facts because it's the truth and that's what's presented, or you can choose to not and drive yourself crazy. I mean, it's a choice.
It still looks like it's on. I mean, the person that said finder, whatever this entity is, says he does not know what to do with it. So ergo, it really kind of is still going on. The location, in other words, not the gold, not whatever that, but the location of where it was still is afoot. It is an unknown, right? And then
He's not going to tell the place because he wants to go back and take a nap and spend time with Forrest's, spirit. He's going to sell the treasure. So what else could go on? What would
He says he
Forrest
doesn't
want us
know
to
yet.
do?
He said,
He's not
and
sure
he said
yet.
there's questions that he's going to answer. Like he's going to be back. So that kind of leaves us like,
there
I
you
just
go.
want to point
Which
out
just seems
in
very
chat,
cheesy.
Says,
Like,
you
in
will
chat,
see.
Six Treasures Film actually said millennial is a term used incorrectly and misconstrued throughout platforms like Facebook and Insta. We aren't a bunch of zombie teens on their phones, just saying.
I can,
Oh, there we go.
only a
There we
millennial
go.
would say Insta.
Okay, we also have some more people in chat. I'm going to say what they're saying here. So Jack says, FF said 2020 will be the year of surprises.
I know he
think
did.
we've
I
done
was
yet.
standing right there when he said it.
Yes. So the
And Outcast Searcher, hold on, let me read these. Outcast Searcher says, everyone keeps saying he, referencing the finder, totally sounds like a female writer. Wataman 699 says, also interesting, the photo of the chest was a few feet from the nook where it was placed. I don't know if we know that though.
Yeah,
Pioneer
yes.
says maybe a travel writer. ES says you are on mute. Oh, thank you.
You've been on mute the whole time?
No, I was on mute because I was fixing my microphone. And then we have also interesting that he spent 25 days at the location trying to find the chest. And was the article released today or yesterday? Lori Barnes, that was released today. And I'll keep taking breaks like this so I can read your comments.
Oh,
Cool.
Amy,
Let-
I just wanted to point out nook is actually defined as an angle formed by the meeting of two lines.
Yes,
Oh,
thank you.
across.
That's what I want to talk about. The nook, the nook.
Yep,
That's where it was found, in a nook.
which
Okay,
is the
where in
meeting of
the
lines.
article, let's find that. Where in the article was that, the word nook?
Right
Control F.
above where
It
the
was-
picture of the chest is that's closed.
Okay.
You could Control F, Amy, if you want to look for the word.
I might do that. Here we go. Okay.
So scroll down.
I think it's the caption of the photo. He might
Yes,
have.
it is.
Ah, okay.
The nook.
Ah.
From the nook in which it had been placed.
Oh my goodness. So we do
That's
know that
huge.
it was right there. Holy.
Yes, yes.
I told you guys, it's a freaking asterisk.
This is huge. I mean, this is not just,
There
I
is
mean,
so much information
could
in this
choose-
article.
Those pieces
You
of
can
wood are
choose-
much smaller, Indy, in my
No,
opinion.
they're not. You can see the one to the left is the big one, and then the one to the right above is a small strip of something,
I
like a strip of bark.
I don't see that same exact pine needle. That pine needle right there is totally different.
Do you want me to zoom in and send you a picture of it? Because I see it all over the damn picture.
it's not relevant.
Yes, please.
I want to know who took that photo and where that photo is. I mean, that one, but your asterisk.
And
photo,
Amy-
is that one of
Amy,
yours?
I'm pretty sure that's
Yes.
wheatgrass.
The same camera picture of this box and is also taking a picture of forest, then we know the camera was both in these two locations, and that's significant. Who's behind the camera is the really big question after that, right?
Okay, well, here's my big question from it, just based
Not
off of what
really.
Forrest has said. And you can tell I'm sweating, so I apologize for that, but it's very
Oh,
exciting.
Cool.
So
Excuse
the
me.
finder says that he spent 25 days in
Yeah.
a single
Oh.
location looking for it. And he also says that, but Forrest said that we would know the exact location if we solved it.
Yes, there you go.
That's what I want to know what's going on. Or maybe he
thing.
solved it up to a point where he got
Re-
enough of a location that he just went pounding away to find the thing.
Well, that's what
He-
Fenn said,
he al-
remember? He said that, he said essentially you can solve all the clues except for the final one. He said the final one, you had to be boots on the ground, and it's on Mysterious Writings.
In the
Thank you.
exact, was from SF to everyone. There are just a few things in this story that don't add up still. Forrest said the whole thing. Oops, that's it. Sorry, there's another person in chat who said something, but then it disappeared.
A couple of things that threw me off is I think in the article he said like the treasure was 1,000 feet or within 1,000 feet from the blaze. And
Yeah.
that's strange because that's not look quickly down. That's look everywhere around.
But
from
No,
the blaze.
that's from a
Big
point of
blaze?
view. It's like, you guys read The Gold Bug, right? From Edgar Allan Poe.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Amy,
you know
yeah.
how
did you lose that?
they have to be led somewhere, and then when they get to a point, the devil's chair, they have to be sitting in that chair and look directly where the directions tell them to, and then they see the point of view from that point, like from that distance across the way. It shows the white skull, right? And that's where the treasure was. I feel like that's what Fenn was saying in the poem, because he says you found the blaze, now look quickly down, and that's why he says dig your butt down there and then take the chest. So it's from a point of view. It wasn't just look down, here it is.
Good
No.
point.
There's nothing that says when you look quickly down that you have found the chest. You said look down, and you still have 2 paragraphs of information before you get the word gold, or before you're done. So
Yeah,
definitely
exactly.
there's more going on after you look quickly down. So yes, I fully agree. There's no specifics on
But he
this.
told Forrest, he told Cynthia Does your solution take you, does your theory take, well, he said solve because that's the word we use. Does your solve take you to what is it, a 12 by 12 inch spot? Why would he say that?
Read what he
Exactly.
says. Read this again. Let's talk about what exactly
Okay.
he says.
Okay, so
It's
this
this.
is from the finder in the article. I figured out the location where he wished to die and thus where his treasure was back in 2018, but it took me many months to figure out the exact spot. This treasure hunt was the most frustrating experience in my life. There were a few times when I exhausted, covered in scratches and bites and sweat and pine pitch, and nearing the end of my day's water supply, sat down on a downed tree and just cried alone in the woods in sheer frustration. I spent about 25 full days of failure looking for the treasure at the location before getting it. When I got back to my rental car after the find, I put my hands on the steering wheel and bawled my eyes out. Then I remembered Forrest said the person who found the chest would either laugh out loud or start crying. I realized he had been right and started to get annoyed. That still couldn't stop his quotes from popping into my head, even after the chase was finally done.
That's just not real life. What man is going to get back to their rental car and start crying? That's
Someone that
sorry.
obsessed
No,
over it.
sorry. Hold on.
Yeah.
I am as in touch with my emotions as any man here. I will cry at the drop of a hat. But if you've got millions of dollars in treasure in a rental car, you ain't crying. You're like, where do I get to that's safe? Like, no, you're not. You
It
don't
has
just
to be such a
you don't
relief.
just get to
It's
the
such a
rental car and
relief.
start. No, it
that.
reads like a movie. It does not read like real life. And you want it to be a movie. You want it to be The Notebook. It is, but the Notebook's not
I haven't
real.
seen that yet.
It's just not real. It's
Wouldn't-
actually
wouldn't
just
you just-
actually a novel that they turn into a movie. That is not. It's not real life.
So Amy, put that paragraph back up because there's something very, very fascinating about that paragraph.
Okay, I'm going to read quick through the chat again. Outcast Searcher says, we all know Forrest shared secret information with some searchers. Did he share any unreleased pictures before he passed? Weatherman says, if you are brave and in the wood, chest was in a nook of wood, question mark. Do you think consecutive days? Oh, 25 consecutive days. That's a good question. JK Pioneer says over 2 years. 3D Bronze says he said the fake blaze was 1,000 feet away. ES says if he took, the fake blaze was 1,000 feet away. The blaze that was 1,000 feet away was the fake one. If he took 25 days to find it, then the area had to be clear of snow 25 days before June 4th or June 5th. Lori Barnes says, I always thought things directed me to September 22nd or 23rd, which is the fall equinox. Interesting, this came out 1 month past his birthday. Minchar Moreno says, Amy Seeks and Alan Kay, we can all agree that person who wrote this likely writes for a living. I don't know. I don't agree, but I think Alan Kay would. Marty Bird says maybe the fake blaze maker was the 200-foot searcher. Oh, I like that. Maybe the
That'd be
fake
funny.
blaze maker was the 200-foot searcher. Okay,
Well,
there you go. Nadia.
Nook,
What does a fake blaze mean? What does a fake blaze mean? What the hell does that mean?
All right, let me
Like
do.
there's-
What was
Yeah.
that? Control
Is that a
what, Alan?
blase?
Control
No,
what
he
to
said
find
it.
a word?
oh, Control
Control
F.
F if you want
Okay.
to search for a word on the page.
Amy, Nook also can mean remote or secluded place.
Oh, I mean, I would say, okay, here we go. And we're looking for
Blaze.
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 I can't answer you right now. My phone. Blaze. There we go. There we go.
And less than
Okay.
1,000 feet, that's another like forestism. That could be 1 foot, like for all we know.
Let's see how many there are.
The
Let's just
fake
scroll
blaze,
through.
the fake blaze was less than 1,000 feet.
Yep, there we go. Okay, that is it.
Right there, the orange.
2 of them.
Yep.
Yellow and orange. There we go. Forrest had the ultimate poker face in the summer of 2018, the only time I had talked to Forrest on the phone before finding the treasure. I called to tell him in desperation I had found a blaze. The mark that the poem says points to the treasure. That seemed after some effort by me to have been faked by a cruel fellow searcher, even though it had evidently been there for years.
I couldn't believe the chances. I told him exactly where I had been searching, but the call only lasted about 20 seconds, and he gave me no impression he had found my discovery at all interesting. The fake blaze was less than 1,000 feet from where I eventually found the treasure. And that's not even half of the story.
See,
But
there's
then he
more
never
story to
revisits
come.
that. I mean, he never revisits like what was the blaze and why
I
was
think
that
he's
one
going
fake and how does he?
I mean, I'm hoping for him that he tries to make money off of this.
Yeah, thus the intrigue and leaving us hanging with what's this fake blaze and what, you know, I mean,
He's
that's
not
great.
revealing the full poker hand just yet. And I think
And
Forrest
not
would
what
be
the real
proud.
blaze.
The
He's-
story, if you find it, is really the movie. I mean, it's really.
It's great.
Right.
It's awesome.
Right.
Well, I just hope the finder does like move forward with doing another chase, so then I'll know exactly where to go.
All I want to know is the full true solution. Eventually, that's all I wanna
Exactly.
know.
Exactly. And until that happens, everyone is going to have the same questions that Carter and Davio and myself and probably a lot of people have in different ways.
Yeah,
Always out of respect in my angle, always out of respect.
absolutely.
But I want to know exactly where this thing was found and how.
Yeah.
I think he
Agree
said
out of respect.
he doesn't know what to do. He said, like, I still don't know. Like, he's trying to figure
What,
it
but
out.
he's a genius writer, but he doesn't know what to do. Oh, come on.
I
Well,
still
you
don't
give him
think the
so much
writing was
credit.
that good. Again, no offense to the finder. I didn't think the writing was that spectacular.
It was
very
good, not-
similar to Hanging On, though. That's what I mean. It was very
It was
politically,
good. But I mean, how
political
much
or
time did he
public
take to write
relations.
it?
It was just,
I think we were just shell shocked that we got something from the finder.
but
Yeah.
and a lot, not just a little. We got a lot.
And we got the promise of more.
And pictures and the promise of more, and you will see, and a lot of hope coming out of this is what I choose to see this as.
I see
anyway.
just more people coming after not only Fen now, but also the finder, because
Well,
that
of
is what
course there will
happens.
be that, but that's not what I'm going to focus on. Just like GTC, Greg Talks Chase. I'm like, of course there's going to be haters. Of course
I
there's gonna be
forgot
all
to
of that.
send him an invite. Oh
I
God, he's
sent him an
gonna kill
invite.
me.
I sent him an invite. So he's,
He's
but
probably
I sent him,
sleeping.
I texted him as well. So he knows
up.
all of it. But a lot of people, didn't know about it. Let's see here. I'm going to make sure my sound is correct. There we go. All right. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
Okay, good. So anyway, but obviously what I really appreciate about the diversity of everyone here is it's a great practice to completely disagree and then go have a beer later.
Exactly.
Beer
know,
now.
Yeah,
To
totally want to
argue and
reiterate that.
viscerally argue and then and be
100%.
like, no, and then be like, okay, well, that was fun.
I
Exactly.
want to have a debate with Alan Kelly.
Bring it. That is not
on
right
what
wood.
subject?
So one of the postmarks happens the day that this came out. Just
June 5th. I always thought that June 5th actually had to do with a
June.
lot.
In other
You
words,
know who else travels with just a carry-on briefcase? DB Cooper.
Oh,
I'm gonna
yes.
drop that right
God.
there for everyone else.
Down the deepest rabbit hole of them all.
Oh, now you've done it.
Is-
Now you've done
Is
it.
today a postmark or one of the postmarks on the?
that's
I
what
actually was gonna look and I forgot.
it is. But
It
what,
is today.
yeah, what I'm saying is that I have to verify 23rd, 1946, because they aren't all, they weren't exactly right. This one comes the 23rd. I mean, the days could be slightly off by 3 days, like he's been doing. So I'm checking. I'm going to see what it says.
What is today? September 23rd.
Correct.
23rd, and the postmark that we have is the 20th.
No,
Oh, we have
Nope,
some
not
more from
today.
the chat here too. Jack says the only thing that could top this is to have Dale and/or Doug come on and discuss. So Dale's
They
coming
are.
on after AGK on my show, Dale and Cynthia, and we actually do have some more information to give you guys.
They
Thanks to
traded me
Cynthia.
in for you, Amy.
No. It's just no.
sharing the love. Just
No.
sharing the love.
Cynthia is actually one of the first searchers I ever met 5 years ago. her and Tom and Karita and Wise One and another Barbara and a different Barbara and lots of people. Different, yeah. It was funny. There's a lot of Barbaras in the chase, well, oddly enough, and not as many Amy's as you would think. But anyway, and then 3D Bronze says, the Finder is watching now. Oh, the Finder is watching now.
Oh,
We
is
love
that
you.
a
Give us
confession
more
from 3D
information.
Bronze?
Yeah, he says the Finder is watching now. How we are acting at this time may influence how they may move forward. I hope we can all be
Exactly.
respectful and not make
You
accusations
guys-
without evidence. Well, yeah. I mean, and I was actually going to speak to that on my show later on tonight because of information, coming out. I was like, okay, so here's my PSA for everyone, okay? So it's okay to have the conspiracy theories and all this other kind of stuff, as long as they're not harmful or hurtful or all that kind of stuff, which
Right.
I think we've pretty much accomplished. But at the same time, if you think, like, I understand that when the information comes out, it hurts when you're not the one in the know. It is viscerally painful for someone like me who worked on the chase for 5 years. 5 years of sacrifice trying to figure this thing out. And so it hurts. I get those feelings. I totally understand the anger and the hate and the frustration. I get it. But if you use the same intellect that you use to try and find the Fen chase and you think long term, what do we want to make sure that anyone else who has a puzzle piece of information is going to think, right? We want them to be like, I do want to come forward with more information. We don't want them to think, oh God, I'm never going to release this. We want them to think, yes, I would like to, add my puzzle piece to the 1,000-piece puzzle. So if you're a long-term thinker, even if you have that hate and anger and frustration about not being in the know, if you take a second, have a beer, have some chamomile tea and come down and then think mint tea. See, tea people. You're going to think long term, and you're not going to shoot yourself in the foot by creating an atmosphere of animosity for information, but instead an atmosphere of gratitude. Because you're shooting yourself in the foot if you show the animosity and the anger, even if you feel it. But you're not alone if you feel it. But just think long term. There's my PSA.
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
Easy for you to say.
It's a hard thing to do. I mean, I remember there was one time I got so mad that information came out that had been out there for a while, and I'm not in the know. I think I got so angry, I cried. I was just like, oh. And then that passed, after a couple days, and I'm like, okay, I'm grateful the information is out there. And I want to make sure they know that I'm grateful. I want that to be the atmosphere so other people who have a puzzle piece want to come forward and be like, I've got information too, here you go. As opposed to, I'm not ever giving that information out. I'm not putting myself through that. So yeah, as far as information is concerned, conspiracy theories, whatever it is, as long as you're not being harmful, I think it's a great discussion.
So you're all
I
for
love that.
trying to find the location then?
There's a lot of people who I want the solution which leads to the location, right? I don't want the location itself.
So the
I want
question
the
is,
solution.
but the question is, if you're told all 9 clues and what they are, won't that lead us to the solution and the location?
To the location,
And so
right.
if the Finder and Finn never wanted the location to be shared outside of, just the Finder and Finn, then are we now just left with maybe the first 5 clue, 3 clues, the first,
Or maybe like a decade before any information gets released, if ever. I know.
yeah,
That's the question.
like, are we ever going to get a clue? Because if Homa Brown is within 500 feet, do they even go that far, to
Right.
letting us know? Because then everybody will go within 500 feet. We'll have another searcher meetup, and then there'll be like 1,000 people that show up within 500 feet, and you can hold hands and be, we'll be like, if we just do a circle, exactly, we will hit wherever that was, like we'll figure
And
out
then
a
we can
way.
do Alan's Kumbaya.
Exactly. And then we can, yeah. So it's fascinating.
It is. And there's, so in the chat, SF says there are just a few things in this story that don't add up still. Forrest said the whole story would come out eventually as certainty that this finder doesn't seem to have. I know, right? Yes, agreed. Uh-oh, as time passes, this smells fishier. No, I disagree. But anyway, Amy, this does not match the email Forrest sent you. True, which I'll talk to that. Forrest was certain that eventually the whole story would come out. And oh, sorry, go ahead.
I would say eventually is one of those words that eventually could mean a million years from now. So,
well, that was the weird thing. So the email that he had sent me and I wasn't fishing for information. And so when I got it, I was just like, like, oh my gosh. But in my last video, I thought ethically I was able to share an email that Forrest had previously asked me not to, right? And basically it said, eventually everything will come out. And this will be nothing more than an asterisk in the history books. And at the time, I believed that that's what he believed. So obviously, how does this add up with that? I know that he had already met with the finder, but maybe they hadn't discussed other stuff. I don't know, because it doesn't add up with that email.
Let me ask you, Amy, since you got to spend time with Forrest, how do you feel the rest of his family felt about the whole chase and everything?
No, it was awful. It was absolutely awful. So at the beginning, it wasn't awful at all. It was a wonderful thing.
The public doesn't know what you know about how the family eats.
Actually, I don't know about any of the stuff that actually happened, because when I visited with his family, it was great. They were really nice, and Shiloh's cool, and there was no drama. It was just hanging out, and Shiloh and his girlfriend was there, and it was just like, it was just fun. There was no drama, but I do know that as things progressed and those events happened, that's what really turned it from something that was just like social media aggression is one thing. It's like, people are angry, I get it, but acts in a house, those are the things. And in the end, Forrest did say that, I think it was on K-Pro's interview where Forrest is like, I don't know if I'd do this again.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that he ended it, but it does give the possibility. And, I understand that, I know, because that's been one of the conspiracies for a while now, is that Shiloh is the shy guy, right?
Yes, I'm the one that perpetuates the hell out of this. Thank you very much.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. So that's the one that do you truly believe it, like wholeheartedly believe it, or are you just leaning towards it?
It makes the greatest amount of sense to me for this really great man who's very, very pro-family to have a thing so beautiful go so bad. Never be able to see that. That had to be incredibly heartbreaking to leave this planet knowing that more people could die looking for this beautiful thing he put out in the world. I think that broke his heart. I don't think he could leave this planet knowing that could go on. And that's no big deal to have Shiloh or agent, confidential, somebody he could trust, then go and the end of this. So what it means is that a very man stopped an event from going for traffic and protect his family. That's what
Well, and the thing is, if he hadn't said in 2018, he had a gut feeling it was going to be found.
And there you go.
And I mean, there were many times where it seemed like he thought it was kind of getting close to an end. If he hadn't thought that, people were getting close, then I would lean more towards, maybe he did end it. But I mean, I think he took some solitude in the fact that he really did think it was coming to an end without him having to do anything about it.
Thank you. That's exactly what I said.
May have been how he felt. I have recently lost. They end his knee, and they have wrapped up all their affairs. So to me, this seems like a really strange coincidence that 10 years in one day to the postmark on this very hunt that it should come to fruition. It just seems, like a way of giving a message to people that, this is what happened. This is it. And I don't see it as a bad thing. I mean, I can't see how anyone can be mad at the man doing it. And if that's what he did, it's his game. He can do whatever he wants. If let's say he created this letter right here months ago, coming, that would be fantastic. So the
Your
local
audio keeps cutting in and out.
Yeah.
The
Hey,
audio is
Davio.
really screwed up.
Why don't you refresh or come back in and see if we can fix the internet audio?
okay.
Because we want to hear what you're saying, but it keeps cutting out.
All right. Well, here, let me try this. How about if I walk over here? Does that get any better? Microphone check. Microphone check.
Oh, it's very nice.
It might
It's
just be your
lovely.
volume.
Oh, like maybe it's too loud. Okay,
Why
so
does
here's a
something
quick
keep
one.
echoing?
It's very echoey. I'm so glad I'm not. I thought it was maybe just me.
There's
I
a
felt like I was going crazy.
No, it's bad. It's bad.
bad echo. There's a window open somewhere.
Matty, feedback is atrocious. Yes. Let's figure it out so your show tonight is not echoey.
Yeah.
Amy.
Sounds better now. Oh, she just moved.
So I press mute. It's my microphone.
Ah.
Yep.
So do you have to
no.
use that microphone, Amy?
Sorry.
I mean, can you use a different form of audio? Could you just use your whatever device you're using? If whether like this is just my crappy little Samsung phone. I mean, my audio is just my phone. I mean, I'm
gonna give it a shot. So basically it's Samsung sent me this really expensive microphone, so I'm trying to make it work, but obviously not on the fly.
Yeah.
You should be able to go into online on your computer. There should be like either a website you could go to or some type of program to open so you can adjust the settings for your microphone and it should actually cancel out the echo.
Okay, I'll give that a shot. I'll go live on a private channel to see if I can fix it
Good idea.
after this.
Hey Amy, I sent you another email.
Okay, yeah. Do you want me to read the email?
Yeah, sure.
I don't
If anyone
have
wants
to.
a
It's up
chest
to
just
you.
like that, go to 3D Bronze's site. I'm just plugging you 3D Bronze if you're still here.
I'm wondering if 3D Bronze is the finder because how did he get that amazing, 3D of the chest?
There's 3 of them in
I
existence.
thought from the Denver cask or Chicago, whatever that.
Yeah.
I'd ask him. Ask him. He's the expert.
Right.
I know, I was just joking.
I thought
Okay, guys, I'm gonna be right back. Okay.
Dig it.
Don't leave me.
Sounds way better.
Be right back.
So I wonder if we're going to get another layer like this within the next, couple of years.
I say less than that.
With
The way that he left this article off, saying that there's more questions to be answered, and he understands that, but he's not going to answer that one. He's not going to tell you where he found it,
right.
apparently, but he's going to answer more questions, and I'm hopeful for that.
Yes.
So if Finder, you're watching, thanks for what you've already provided.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, he said we'll see. So more to come.
I'll just laugh uncontrollably if he's like, we're one more halt. The halt is Homer Brown. And then he doesn't tell us the Homer Brown.
Well, yeah.
He gave us like a mini, at least like it's near the blaze, but like that didn't really help us at all. But
I know there's a
there was
lot
no
of
hint.
questions he could answer without actually giving away. There's some great. We better start making a list of questions right now.
I mean, question number 1, Finder, if you're watching, inside or outside of Yellowstone? That I think is a big question, not just for me. That is a big question that people have.
Yes.
But that's also a legal question that brings in other challenges. So
maybe after he sells it, I mean, once it's not even his thing anymore and he sells it, pays the taxes, whatever, maybe that's when he can finally release like more information such as
Is the chest worth anything without the information? I mean, it's just
you think?
I mean, sure, it's worth $1.5 million, maybe a couple of $1 million, but it seems to me that the story that this is worth tens of millions. This is a real live, real-time treasure hunt that's happened right now in the modern 20th century that's gotten more press than anything. That's a great movie. You put the right actor, you do some writing, boom. Netflix is throwing out millions of dollars to make these movies right now. So to me, the box is just the box of gold. That's one thing. That is only one part of we're all vested in the how did you find it? We love the man who created the thing that makes us go, how the hell, where in the book and the poem is the information that got you to that little square on the ground? That's a movie. That's a worldwide movie. Isn't that obvious to everyone? That seemed like very obvious to me.
On the level of Free Solo, it has a niche or a niche.
Yeah, Free Solo won the Oscar,
Okay, I tried a setting. Let me know if you guys hear an echo again, okay?
Say 1, 2,
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
No,
You also change your
Sounds
shirt.
good.
No, you're good.
you're
Okay.
good. Wow, Amy, I think you got it.
I did a
Ooh,
little-
Amy, Outcast Searcher has a good question in chat.
Okay. Oh yeah, let me catch up with that.
They didn't at you, but they say, I just want to find out if people received unreleased photos from Forrest. If Amy would ask the panel, depending on the answers, I would know for sure.
Huh. There are no, so
All I had was that email that I shared on my last show.
no one is sending out.
Obviously, Candy does.
Dude, I have nothing because I was in such a bad doghouse with Fen that I wasn't even announced that the chest was found. I had to find like everyone else.
Plus Candy shares everything, and she
I
doesn't
really
make anything
do.
out of it.
I
She
share
doesn't
freaking
share it
everything,
to promote
so-
her channel. She does not
Oh
share
yeah,
to
share
promote
my
her channel.
email,
She's
Amy.
just like, what's that?
Share my email. If we want to talk about
Oh, okay.
sharing, here you go.
Okay.
Share some more.
Right. Here we go. Okay, so the latest email you sent me is okay. The Blaze was an asterisk. The asterisk one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So I'll do a screen share because I know you're going to want me to screen share this here. Okay, so
I'm
this
just
is
tired of people talking crap. So here you go. Here's everything.
So the Blaze was was the asterisk. Asterisk is defined as little star. The cover of Once Upon a While ? Fen was fishing and caught a little star. Also, when asked about the Blaze, Fen said in a word, yes. He also said the Blaze would last 1,000 years, and he does do play on words. And the asterisk has been around for 1,000 years. Star means bright and shining. If the Google Blaze, you will also get bright and shining for Blaze. In conclusion, yeah, I love it. She writes, in conclusion, the Blaze, in a word, was the asterisk.
Who's writing this? Where's this come
That's
from?
Candy. She sent me an email.
That's her opinion. That's nice. I like it. It's cute.
Dobby was like, screw your opinion.
It's like that's an amusing opinion.
Yeah, I'm like, where is this? This is great. This is new
But if you were
information.
at the
brain.
chest, you could smell
Oh.
opinions from there. So
The
Hey,
star,
if we're going down conspiracy lane, I'm gonna jump in head first.
right. The star is the star is spot on for sure.
Oh my gosh.
Carter
Good.
still thinks it's in New Mexico. That's why he's upset.
I still
Damn
think
you,
it's in New
Alan.
Mexico,
I took
but
the
I'm not
biggest gulp
upset.
of coffee right when you said that.
Okay,
let's
getting
just
a
get
drink.
let's just get
I'll be right
details.
back. I'm getting a drink.
I almost spit coffee out of my nose.
Oh my God. Y'all, just because I question doesn't mean I'm upset. That's what I think is so interesting. Everybody wants
No,
to
I know.
answer so much that they jump head first into all of this stuff and go, oh, this is so great. And it's like, no, just like, let's just look at it and just say, hey, like, this is interesting. Like, let's slow the roll. And Strongbow. I like it. That's good, Amy.
I haven't had it yet, so.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Well,
Yeah.
I cracked some Glenmorangie 18-year scotch just to, because I was
Celebrate.
like, oh, we're gonna find out, something like major, and then I was just kind of like,
always
I
be
appreciate the
prepared for
leak.
whatever.
Oh, Glenmorangie, the original. I hear you. But
Amy, I'm
I
coming
like
to your house.
but I think it's one of those things where it's like, to me, it's what's the slow roll? This like the reason. So when Davio was saying there's a movie, I agree. We all talked about would there be a book deal? Would there be a movie deal? Why would you share all of these intimate moments of when I found the treasure and then I cried and I did this and that's kind of like the crux of the movie. Like I don't know that you would share that before you would say, hey,
Right.
I'm working on a book, I'm working on a movie. Like, I want you to know this. It will all come out. Like, be patient, 12 to 18 months, and you'll know everything. And you set it out because this is how it's going to come out. But just to kind of leak it, I mean, whatever. It's totally their prerogative. They found it, it's their information.
Strange.
I just
Yeah,
wouldn't necessarily do it this way.
I agree.
My quick answer there is that one, he wants to be anonymous. He's remained anonymous this whole time since June. So it's been 3 months now. He's going to continue to remain anonymous.
Hold on. I
so-
want to hear the rest of that. I want to hear the rest of it. But
you want to
by
do that?
remaining anonymous, who would the finder want to play him in a movie?
No one.
Oh,
That's
in
why
the
I'm.
chat.
That I was gonna.
Everyone write that in the chat. Who
Mm.
the finder should be played in the movie. if
All
they're
right.
more.
Sorry. Go ahead, Alan. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, now Alan.
So I was gonna discount the whole book finder movie solve theory because that doesn't seem like this guy's intent, and maybe it wasn't Fenn's either. So my hope.
Never mind. Don't put it in
is
the
that
chat.
he's
Alan's nixed it.
Let him
No,
have
no,
his time.
Do whatever you want to do. Do whatever you want to do. I think that maybe he will keep the chase alive anonymously and keep the spot secret anonymously. And that is my legit hope for all of this. And I don't know why he's doing it or how he's doing it or anything, but that is my assumption based on what I just read and how the last 3 months have went.
I 100% agree with you, Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're supposed to argue with me.
Well,
No, not when you agree with me.
I think he'll stay anonymous, but you know what? Until we know exactly what happened and where it is still afoot. It is still right? We can
Throw the chase.
collectively work together and figure it out.
That's me not on camera.
We could all be second place.
So is the echo audio fixed?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Yes.
I
Okay.
think it is. Yay.
So is
And
there
by
a
the way,
group?
3D Bronze, thank you very much for saying he was going to give me a little shield for my thing.
Let
It
us
turned out it was a setting in Zoom and it was not a setting on here. Thank you.
Excellent.
Very sweet.
Button. Push buttons. Push the button.
Thank you, 3D Bronze. I had to say that. Okay, let's see what the chat is. Well,
Hey.
Candy was keeping up with the chat too. I'm looking for the Amy Seeks. How far are we going back? Jack, the audio techie. That's awesome. House husband, Amy Seeks. Can you ask the panel if any of them or if they know of anyone that received unreleased pictures? Right.
Yeah, we never answered it. Should we answer for Outcast Searcher, who I have a love-hate relationship with?
I did. I got nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know of anyone who had anything.
I didn't have anything, but I sure as hell sent something to Fenn.
There we go. It's a one-way street.
Yep.
It went to Fenn and then it stopped.
I never got photos from Fenn, but I sent him one of my videos, and he said, next time you're going to do a video, let me know ahead of time, and I will inject some photos into it. And I let him know ahead of time my next video, and he didn't respond. So
Aw.
never got anything, though. So,
You know, the one email I got from Fenn, like usually I'll send Fenn an email and he'll respond within seconds. One morning I woke up and it was an email directly from Fenn and it was a link to Money Magazine.
Nice.
And but it was way after that article came out.
Aren't those curious? I got a few weird ones like that as far as links to articles, like on occasion. And I'm like,
Just out of the blue, unprovoked, without
yes.
even.
And but sometimes he would send it to a
You
group of
lucky
people.
ducks. Holy
But no, he would
crap.
send it to like a group of people, people who were people like Dale and Cynthia and
Oh,
people
like
who
Smell
had blogs.
Sunshine. Remember when he sent us the email link of who is this man who thinks he knows so much about me or knows so much about me?
Yeah, I didn't get that one. So I was when you either did or didn't get an email, sometimes not. It was pretty random.
I'm pretty sure most of the time when he sent us stuff, it was like, look over here instead of looking over here.
I mean, how
Smell
will
this
we know?
Just to make
And
the
then
rest of your viewers feel more comfortable. I never got anything from Forrest, so you're
But he did know you existed,
alone.
Carter.
Well,
maybe.
the only reason he ever
He
wrote
thought
me,
you
I wrote him before I met him. I had written him emails before I met him and got nothing. But then once he got to know me and he's like, okay, you seem sane. Right?
That was probably my problem.
Well, if he doesn't know who you are, how does he, know to respond to you? So he never responded to me until we actually met at his book signing. The first time I met a lot of the people in the chase, like I say, 5 years ago, Cynthia and all them, right? And
Right.
so if he had never met me, he never would have responded because he's like, I don't know who this crazy lady is.
That's an interesting point. That 5 years ago, the chase was different than the last three. I mean, you know what I mean? There was just like this, when the fellers passed away in the snowmobile, that really put a different slice on it. Desperation, I guess. I don't know. It just felt different. I don't know.
And Denise Bagley says, so I'm trying to keep up with chat. Sorry if I'm not catching up, but it was important. I had to grab a drink. Denise Bagley says, maybe the people who know Forrest well should read the finder's letter again. Ask themselves where they have heard all of the stories before. Jack says, let's all get drunk and have a drunk show.
Oh, wait, that's called Chasing Indie Channel.
I have one question, and then it's dinner time.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, yeah,
Baker says, can we just make sure he really is the finder first? True, I get that, and that's it. All right, go for it.
Yeah. So is there like a group of searchers or a group of people that wants to try to identify, now that we know it's in Wyoming, that are getting together and trying to actually pinpoint the location in Wyoming instead of doing individual searches and not trying to share, keeping information to themselves? Is there like a collaboration afoot, or has that been put out to say,
on
hey,
tonight's show, on my show after AGK, that's exactly what Cynthia wants to do with the doodles that she has and the story behind them and the other information in the context of now knowing it's in Wyoming. She wants to discuss the potential of narrowing it down.
Do you want me to send you my doodles that Fen sent me too?
That would be wonderful.
I'd be fascinated in that.
Part of a different answer to that question is that I think people, even with all this, are still locked into their solves. Like, I'm still locked into my own solve because it's just, after 4 or 5, whatever years, like, you're locked in and no one's going to shake you off of that. And that's why I am searching for the true answer. Like, I need to know exactly where it was found. And if they're just going to remain anonymous and the spot's going to remain anonymous, I'm going to keep my hope that whatever, I was right, even though I'm wrong. Like, I understand.
We're all in second place until we're not.
It's so interesting because I'm so far away from it. Like, I'm 2,000 miles on the East Coast, and I never emailed Forrest. So I guess I'm just less emotionally attached, even though I did a bunch of videos. So I'm just like, oh, it's cool that there was some more information. I got a link. I'm going to hop on and talk to y'all because I like you as a community. But in terms of like, oh no, it's still in New Mexico. I just said New Mexico because everybody wanted to know where I thought it was. Like, I'm not.
As soon as you go live on YouTube, all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm like, I like, okay, it's in Wyoming. Well, for sure, I would love to say, okay, well, like, let's all talk about Wyoming if we know that it's, or supposedly we know that it's Wyoming. Like, I'd love to like hear thoughts, and then if I can add something to that discussion, great. I'd love to. If not, then y'all kick me out. Like,
you should host a Zoom for that.
If Ben said that it was in Montana, I would be in that boat of let's all solve it together and figure out where it was. But because it didn't narrow anything down from me personally, I'm like, damn it, where was it exactly? I need to know the 12-inch by 12-inch spot. I need to know that.
Yeah.
And here's 3D Bronze has an excellent point. I like it. He says, Amy Seeks, I have a suspicion the finder will do some kind of hunt based on this snippet. Their friendship lasted only 3 months, but they were very influential months. You will see.
That's $17 a square inch, kind of paraphrased.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I think didn't he take?
Mm-hmm.
We go to. Do you want me to go to
He
the?
took it right out of there and rewrote it.
Should I go to share screen and find it? Let's
Yes,
see. I have so many windows open now. There it is. There it is. Okay, so it's towards the end, correct?
Look for quadplet maybe, or I'm not sure exactly how that started.
Right, and I remember it was.
You passed it.
Because. Is it this one right here?
You will see.
Okay, it's F what? How do I do a search again?
Control F.
Control F and then.
Control Alt Delete.
You will see the phrase.
Sorry, I'm kidding. That was a joke.
Delete the words.
The words you will see would.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There.
Yep. All the same words that we're seeing in this is all over the book. The same phrasing, the same writing. It's exact.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read this for anyone who can't see it because of bad internet. In the craziness of the past few months, I neglected to read it And he's talking about $17 a square inch, which is the book that Forrest Fenn gave him during their one meeting. I neglected to read it, but I picked it up after Forrest passed, and I'm glad I did. It's a loving tribute of one friend to another. Reading it has helped me with my own loss. Its dust cover says, Eric was a gifted painter and writer, and Forrest was a grateful admirer who sold his work. Their friendship lasted only 10 years, but they were very influential years. You will see. But so is that a direct quote then?
No, he changed it.
Oh,
You go down
now
like
see-
2 more paragraphs. I mean,
Okay.
or yeah, 2 blurbs.
Okay.
Yeah.
There. Oh,
Right.
there we go. Okay.
There you go.
According to page 92, Forrest and Eric are busy now working to finish the book they began together years ago. So he won't notice if I steal and rework that passage. Forrest was a gifted adventurer and writer, and the finder was a grateful admirer who sold his famous treasure. Their friendship lasted only 3 months, but they were very influential months. You will see.
So he
Yep.
sold it.
Okay, so then Susie,
He wants to sell it.
Susie Allen, for those of you who were very well versed in $17 a square inch, what is your interpretation?
Sounds
Go ahead,
like
Susie.
he wrote it.
Well, I mean, why does he keep bringing Eric Sloan back into the, I mean, he's bringing Eric Sloan to us today in several different ways in this piece that was, that we got today. And so, yes, that book about, with what was in that olive jar, you guys, is that the book that Forrest, because in $17 a square inch, Forrest tells us that Eric and him agreed to write a book together, and Eric brought in, now, was it 5 paragraphs or 5 pages, something like that, and said, here you go, now and so I'm wondering, is that book in the olive jar? And is that what we're continuing on this story? Maybe.
That's pretty cool.
Awesome. How about you,
What do
Alan?
you think, Alan? Because he does twist that, he does take that little, how much the finder is telling us how much Eric meant to Forrest, and reading this book, this is, $17 a square inch. I mean, I've got it in my hand. Is just the whole book is a tribute to Eric, so it's a lovely tribute from a dear friend. And so when he's taking the words out and changing them and, adding, I don't know, it adds to Forrest and Eric's story. And so is that it? Is the story being added to? And is this it? That's really exciting to me anyway.
I totally agree with that, what you just said. I mean, it's hopeful what you just said. I also think it's interesting how he didn't even pick up that book until after Forrest passed. I mean, I think he was given it to it whenever that happened, but he didn't pick it up and read it until after Forrest passed, and he read it. And I feel like he connected the same way that Forrest connected with an older man like Eric Sloan. So it's like a generational difference where it doesn't even matter if there's generational age gaps. You can still connect with people in different ways. Even though he said in that article, like they're so different, him and Forrest, the finder and Forrest were so different in so many ways. Yet he connected to him like a best friend, even though he was probably 60 years his elder. So that was interesting to me. And then he also said that in that, like the quote was, Eric and Forrest were best friends for 10 years, and this finder and Forrest were only friends for a couple of months. But still, he's gonna keep some sort of legacy or story or something alive through his actions, I'm hoping, and maybe his writing. So that's how I took that whole.
Eric wrote
blurb.
a whole book called Legacy. I mean.
Yep, exactly.
I mean.
I
Yeah.
like that. That's very hopeful.
Absolutely.
So I have page 92 open in $17 a square inch, and I'm just going to read it for those of you who don't. The book Eric and I were writing together remains unfinished. And in a way, I'm glad because in my mind's eye, he's still sitting at his easel, painting and thinking. Oh, sorry, that makes me cry because
I know.
Cynthia and I were just saying how in our mind's eye, Forrest is on the other end of the email waiting, you know.
Eh.
I know. Okay, moving on. Maybe before long, I'll be there with him, waiting for his brush strokes to dry so we can begin work on the book again. Who knows where some mysterious awareness might take us? I am reminded of what Omar Khayyam wrote in the 11th century. So back to that Omar Khayyam. Strange, is it not, that of the myriads who before us passed the door of darkness through, not one returns to tell us of the road which to discover we must travel to. Oh, I'm gonna cry again.
I
I'm ugly
know.
crying, but you can't see it. Haha.
Does Forrest not talk about Eric like we talk about Forrest? And that's kind of my point here, is that is the legacy that's going to continue. And maybe it's not by name. I didn't know who Eric Sloan was before this whole chase, and most people don't know who Forrest Fenn is, but
We knew
that's like the chain. Yeah, go ahead.
we knew of him because it recreated. If you think of what's known as the Southwestern style, that's Forrest created that with Eric. You know, the Adobe building. That's that he. So I mean, the gratitude Forrest has with Eric is that you educated a people about a people, you enlightened people with art, you created art in books, you spoke words, and the way this guy created it was like, I'm just kind of, the guy whipped the stuff out like it was nothing. Just it's brilliant to see an artist like that, like he's talking to you, oh really, so how's the kids, really? And
Oh, when he would draw in the books, yeah. And he's just like, and all of a sudden there's a little oil drill sprouting oil. So
I mean, you've seen Bob Ross, right? You've seen Bob Ross whip stuff out. Okay, well, just
Bob Ross, monotone from his fro.
a guy with palette knives just banging stuff out, just going, yeah, it should be there.
Happy clouds.
And then the sharps. I mean,
Happy little clouds.
yeah. So this is Eric. That would be like Eric, but reflecting a people, something that was becoming lost into time. I mean, the history you got in these images of the crying Indian with trash on the side of the freeway came from these images.
That old commercial. Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, and again, I'm not slamming millennials. I'm saying if you're a millennial, you won't remember that. That's all I'm saying.
It was
I'm gonna go hide now.
Eagle. Right.
Trust me, we want to be younger too. I would love to be younger right now.
Yes.
So the chat is buzzing again. So I'm going to go through again so I can try and answer. I don't know how far back I'm going. Denise Bagley says, I think I'll print out his article because that's what it sounds like.
See you later tonight.
Oh,
Night, Carter.
Bye.
Bye, Carter.
Take care,
Article
Carter.
because that's what it sounds like. Then I'll cross out everything that is not his own enlightenment. 3D Bronze says, if the solve had something to do with the solve, what? If the solve had something to do with the solve, one would believe the finder would have read $17 a square inch. Marty Bird. But Forrest had a final wish for where he thought the treasure should end up, which that's mind-blowing. The first step for me will be to try to make that happen. Mind-blowing. MRUSA China, Sam, says, didn't the finder leave a big clue to the location, ? At least to anyone that left a fake blaze in Wyoming during or before. Oh, if somebody left a big old fake blaze in 2018. All right, if you left a big fake blaze in 2018.
I thought they said in the article that the fake blaze looked like it was actually older than.
It did look a few years old, but a few years old. And then Lori Barnes says, so do you think this hunt could possibly go on for 1,000 of years? So
He said the blaze would be 1,000 years.
Well, the hunt, the treasure hunt, he said, it's still looking for it and that's why we assumed the blaze had to be something fairly not carved in a tree.
You know what always interested me though? You know how Fenn used to go on Mysterious Writings and always come out with words said by Forrest. The one where he said if we have another world war, it would end up blasting the site to smithereens and the treasure.
Wow.
It wasn't the World War. It was Yellowstone exploding.
No,
wasn't it?
no, there's World War. There's words on mysterious writings where Fenn said the next World War, it would blast the site away.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. That's right. He said, because that was a very despondent answer that he gave. It was very, like, eh.
But
Yeah,
then he also
The
didn't he
world's
say the
going to
next one after that would be fought with like sticks and stones and arrowheads.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's promising.
It just goes show like I think a lot of it had to do with war too.
Yeah.
That was from Einstein.
Huh.
Oh, Amy, I found so you know how I said Fenn sent me the article from Money Magazine?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Because I have the video open and I remember this is why I was so fascinated by what he sent me. Listen to this. Because like not many people pay attention to this, but this is Fenn's own words.
Okay.
You need to read the clues in my book and study the clues and get a good map and try to marry the map to a certain place and research it and then get in your pickup truck and go out there and look for it. Take all the kids, your grandmother, throw them in the back of the truck with a sandwich and a Dr. Pepper or something and head out.
He said once you got that, then you have to research the place.
God,
He also said to throw your grandmother in the back of a truck with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Like
Seriously.
what?
It's like so many people are trying to go these dangerous places and he's like, bring grandma.
Thank you. Common sense run away when gold fever slams the head. Gold fever, just over there. It's one more rock. Turn over one more rock.
I just find it interesting that he said, in order to solve things, the first two clues will take you somewhere on a map. And then once you have that place on a map, he says, research that place.
There you go. So you'll agree that the place is important. There's something about the location, right?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. So to that degree, there must be clear, obvious signs that this location that you're at means something greater than you understand. It's a really important place, let's say, right? It's not going to be obvious.
Well, it's
right away.
It's seeped with, it's pretty much like a lot of historical significance tied to that place.
It's going to be obvious right away.
You would think that historical relevance would be obvious, right? Yeah.
People somebody sent him pictures of that 200 feet away from the location. So why did they stop and take a photo there and send it to Forrest? So, I mean, there's got to be a reason they stopped at that location and took a photo. So to me, that always...
And he knew that place immediately when he saw the photo. Like he knew exactly where it was.
So it has to be an identifiable place for a reason other than Forrest's treasure. It has to be another reason for
Well, remember when Fenn said that there were searchers that came, people have come within 500 feet, but searchers have been within 200 feet. It's a quote on Mysterious Writings. He says people versus searchers. So it goes to show people, it would be, like a tourist attraction, and searchers, because we know something about Fenn that that people don't, we would go a little bit closer.
Off the trail, off the sidewalk.
Are you saying we aren't people chasing Indy?
No, we're not people. We're searchers.
Special kind of people.
And I have a quick shout out to 3D Bronze, who delightfully has corrected me. He says, I'm a millennial and I remember the Indian commercial with the trash and the single tear, as well as the reference to it in The Simpsons.
Oh, yeah, The Simpsons. That's brilliant. Excellent.
So there you go. And then Denise Bagley says, can Dale confirm this is really the guy, or did he just get an email? So as far as I know, and it's through the grapevine, not directly, it was an email that he got. And at first, it was like a link, I think. I don't know any more than that.
I got the same email.
Oh, okay. All right. Wait, so the finder sent you the link?
No, I got the same email from that person that you're talking about, that sent it to Dale, and where Dale was like, I don't know.
Oh, so Dale didn't get it from the finder. Dale just got a link.
From Douglas Preston, right?
Don't say that. Don't say that. Here we go.
No,
There we
that
go.
is just like, that's just a
Isn't
whole
that
new
what we're
can of
talking
worms.
about? I don't know. I know nothing, you guys. And your cryptic conversation is not. I'm not getting what you're throwing down.
Okay, a fellow searcher sent me a
But see,
screenshot of
chasing
an
Indy, you're gonna get in
email.
trouble. You're gonna get
Oh
in
God,
trouble right now
everyone's
because
dragged
someone
me to
sent
court
you
already.
source.
I should just put on a damn banana suit and be like, let's go.
Hey, we're not going there.
Double dog dare.
No, what I'm saying is a fellow searcher sent me a screenshot of an email that they sent to Dale with a link to this article. And even Dale was like, I don't know what the hell to make of it.
Ah, well, there you go. So no, Douglas Preston was not involved.
Eric Sloan sent
Hey,
that to me this morning.
wow.
What's that?
Just get a
Alan?
random call from Douglas Preston. Who are
Would
you?
you be
Why are you talking about
surprised?
me?
Is there, let's see, let's go back to the article. Is there a date or a time on this article as far as when, oh, it says it's a 13-minute read.
It's taken us 7 hours. Okay.
Mhm.
A 13-minute read that leads to a marathon of every FenTuber ever going live.
Wow.
Copper Dan, I sent you an invite link to come on to here. Check your darn email. He's like, why was I not invited?
Hey, I sent him an email as well. He just doesn't listen to my emails. No, he just wants you to feel sorry for him.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm just curious what there's 10 comments, not to fuel any trolls or hatred. I'm just
There
curious what the 10
are?
comments are.
There
If you
are?
can find them.
Comments.
And-
Okay, let me refresh.
The finder responded to these. That's what's more
No.
interesting. than what
I just see
trolls
10
have to
comments over
say.
on the left.
Yeah, look it right there. Oh,
Well, you know what's interesting? I don't remember if it was on Facebook or if it was on YouTube that I saw this, but you know how the picture, it shows the finder and it shows a picture of the chest open with the gold? I saw that same exact icon on either YouTube or Facebook with the same name, the finder.
Well, that's, yeah.
I've actually gotten several emails with the name The Finder.
Me too. I gotta go back and see if I like ignored them because I'm not trying to be mean to anyone, but I can't respond to people's solves because if you do, it's like it never stops.
Well, yeah, I know. I feel bad. I can't get to everyone's. I'm trying real hard, but I'm not getting enough sleep.
Don't worry, Amy, if that's not opening. Don't worry.
Alan's like, I sent you 1,000.
it would just be really interesting to if the finder responded to any of those comments. That would be something to see, you know.
Are you right clicking on that? It looks like you're right clicking or something.
Well, so I double click
Just-
on it, get
just
nothing. So then I
plain
try and
old-
right click to get like open a new tab or something. It
Ah,
doesn't look like
the
it's
whole
in
search for
link.
comments now. It's like jeez.
If I can't figure this out, right?
That's where you will occurs.
Maybe the comments are hidden on purpose, you know, purposefully hidden.
Let us know in the chat if anyone is able to click on the comments, and if so, do you have to be a member of Medium? Ooh, I actually am a member of Medium privately. I'll see.
Don't sign in while we're live. You're gonna
No, on
show
my
you.
iPad.
Yeah.
Separate. Thank you, Alan, for saving me from myself. I need someone like you, like constantly around advising me to not screw stuff
I
up.
know I need one too. I need an Alan too.
Okay, no, I have the app Medium. So I'll find that app and I'll see if I can get the article and get the comments. What is the time?
Forrest looks much happier in these photos than those earlier ones that we saw like months ago. He just looks happier.
Okay, so what would be really interesting too is like, well, I don't think Dale would just nilly-willy put up some article that was on the internet about something that's not, you know, that it wasn't legit. Like there's so much stuff out there that's like blah blah blah, I found it and blah 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 website, you know, there's a lot of noise out there. Why would he choose this one as the real one if he didn't have confirmed this in some sort of way? Don't you think Dale like dug a little deeper before he published this on his website, you know?
Does not. Well, I don't know. I mean, for me, all you need to see is the photos to know that either the guy is an amazing hacker, right?
Oh,
yeah, these are real. I mean,
or it's the finder.
I
Right.
misconstrued what it said. Okay, so basically Dale said, I think so. The info is too good and the additional pictures appear authentic. So Dale does believe that's the finder.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the pictures, I mean, come on. The pictures speak a billion words.
I know. To me,
I
it's
agree.
like no question. I do not question this whatsoever. But then again, I'm the, I'm
I'm right there with you,
But I'm
Susie.
saying devil's
I
advocate again,
100%.
though. That's where Davio is saying this finder could be anyone. It could be anyone, and so that's
Right.
the argument. This is definitely real. This definitely happened. This definitely happened a couple months ago. But who was taking these photos?
Behind that camera.
Like,
who's
Are you
in?
questioning
so-
whether or not the finder is who he says he is? Like the millennial?
he hasn't said who
So
he says
what?
he is. That's the
Well,
the challenge
he
here.
says he has a family. He's a millennial. He has college loans. He's just.
Oh, isn't that you, Alan?
Welcome to America.
It doesn't bug me about that, about not knowing the particular, I mean, that doesn't bother me. That doesn't hit a nerve with me enough where I
Kind
you
of
know,
like driving Shiloh. I mean, it's just. In other words, it's innocuous. It's totally anonymous. It's great. It's wonderful. It just is. It's not. It's not. It wouldn't pass in court.
It's more of there's no.
Okay, I have
It
more
doesn't conclude
information.
everything.
Ooh,
This
what,
is
more
not like the
information.
conclusion of everything.
Ooh.
So it did open up in my app when I finally got it to connect, and
Nice.
it said 5 hours ago is when it was posted.
okay.
And now I'm going to go down and see if comments. But so now we know that, just only 5 hours ago. And
He is a millennial because he slept in.
And does this website contain anything else? I mean, is this solely, like
so
this
wrong,
page or
Alan.
this poster, this whatever?
All right. Okay, I'm trying to find the comments. Wait a
Yeah,
second. is
because
this-
comments from other people are like, my comments that the finder or whatever.
Oh, we lost your audio. Your Susie, your audio went tinny.
Uh-oh.
Forest. Huh. I'm not
We could
getting-
hear you, Susie. It went a little stray.
Yeah, it went tinny as if the audio switched to something else. Okay.
How do you know words like that, Amy Seeks, like tinny and like your too high pitch, but you don't have any headphones and things like that? I'm just.
I was
do
just
you know?
desperate to make this donated microphone work. It's such a nice microphone. I can talk
You guys
real
are all
low and
so
it picks up
good.
the low tones. I can talk real high and it still doesn't sound too bad.
Sounds great.
Yeah, right. I mean, who gets a free freaking microphone? Thank you, Samson. Okay, so I only get 3 claps. I cannot find responses. I can write a response. Oh, show out of network responses. We have responses.
Share screen.
Okay, it's on my iPad. So I can't
Bring the iPad up
transfer-
really close.
Saying they're from the finder, you have response.
Hey, I see one from Copper Dan.
What?
Okay. Okay.
Now we have to get them on.
So obviously I'm not going to read anything that's personal or something. Oh, wow. That's a lot of responses.
Oh, I want to see. I want to see if I can get into this.
From the finder. We don't want to see. Who cares?
There's, what's that? Okay. Yeah. I'll see if there's any responses or anything.
From the finder, not
from
from,
the-
other
yes.
people, because other people's opinions are like.
I
Susie,
think it's pretty.
fix your audio.
Your microphone, not something just
You
clicked.
sound like you're drowning.
It was okay, then something happened. So your audio was good, and then something clicked, and now it doesn't sound right. So
Right.
on
Maybe
Susie's
refresh or something.
microphone.
So most people are just being very, very sweet. There's the usual, frustrated people. Other people claiming to be the finder. It's the usual. It's like reading Facebook.
Right.
Nothing from the finder himself.
Okay.
From that I can find. There, people are clapping. Apparently, you have thumbs up. You have all these different
Emoji
ways you
clap.
can say those things on Medium. It's a clap.
Dig it.
So like some of these comments have claps, but like I say, they're probably personal, so I'm not going to read them, but they're nice, they're very sweet sayings. So yeah, it's pretty much like Facebook. You have most people saying really nice things, and then you have some people who are really frustrated and angry, and some people who are claiming to be the finder instead, and saying they can prove it and all that kind of stuff. So there you go. Just go onto Facebook. You'll see the same comments.
Okay. So the one thing we see on what's it called? Medium. That's the name of the where it's at.
Yeah, I'll show you. So I'll go back to screen share so that you can see.
Medium.
Up here, see this little mark here? I'll go ahead and click on that. And this is where people can basically write a story, can write and post it and share it. And it's all these different types of reading. And there's an app, and obviously it's also online here. And that's the format that was used for this.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I think it's a great format. I like that. We're going to follow. I'm going to follow I'm going to press follow. There's so many
Davia, it's just like an anonymous blogger. If you want to be anonymous, it's just a blogger place to write, or writer place to write, where you don't have to,
It's like a big chalkboard.
Exactly.
That's very.
Okay, I am now officially following the finder.
Medium is in the liaison in between teachers and learners.
That's very.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in this.
My friend Forrest Burke Fenn. Gosh, I
He
have
got
to
that
say.
from Fenn.
Huh?
He got that from Fenn because in the Thrill of Chase, Fenn says J.D. Salinger. He says J.D. Salinger was his friend, even though he never knew him.
That was very sweet. I have to say it was so sweet hearing his voice again. Every time I hear it, it takes me back before this really, really sucky 2020.
Seriously, worst year ever.
I'm going to show you guys my favorite mug this year. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I just keep in some goofy face with the eyes crossed, 2020 vision, but cartoon.
I feel like 2020's mascot is a black hole.
I can dig it.
Yeah, but are these moments not like, it sounds cheesy, but like the bridge of light that keeps us going through this goddamn year? It's like, as crazy as this weird article is, and you want to be frustrated, it's like, got me through today, and it's probably going to get me through tomorrow and the rest of this week. But,
seriously.
Nice.
That's my mug for this year.
Oh, hold on. Let me go back. Where is it? Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Nuclear.
Oh, that's great.
I got that a few years ago. Okay, I'm going to go back to chat again to try and catch up with people saying stuff.
Oh yeah, I ran away from chat, even though it's open on my laptop.
Okay, all right. So let's scroll up. Not too many. Interesting that the finder talks about running low on his day's water supply. It must be quite the drive from civilization, or he wouldn't need to take an entire day's water supply, right? Well, I guess that depends on, if the hike was 10, 15, 20 minutes, you're not going to leave the area, right? If you think you're close. So you're going to spend the whole day there with your water and your snacks looking for the dang thing, right?
And if he sits on a log for 10 hours crying, that's you need to resupply.
All scratched up and bitten with bugs.
I mean, what kind of mountain
is that? Come out and say the hunt is on for everyone except Alan Kelly.
Let's see here. Secondhand Louis. Here's the question. There we go. Oh, Susie's come back in. Here's the question I'd like to hear the answer to. What is it going to take to convince people it's over?
It's not over. You can't kill the chase.
Never. Who said that? I'm going to jump in the chat right now and block them.
Shame.
Nothing's over till I say it's over.
Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I guess it really depends on how into it you were, right? How hard is it to let go when you don't have the solution?
You know what happened
Oh,
today,
but
Amy?
also,
When I sent it to my boyfriend, he was like, "Congratulations, will you get the fuck over it?" And then he just hung up on me.
but honestly, 3 months ago, did we not hear like many people saying we will never ever hear from the finder ever again? Period. Proven wrong. Just proven wrong. And
Yeah.
the finder even just wrote, "You're not going to hear. You're going to hear from me again." So how can you possibly say this is over? Like, how can you possibly say that?
Agreed.
So incorrect.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It is, you
Look.
know, but I understand too, some people are trying to move on. Like I know K-Pro was like done, right? She was on the show and somebody brought something else, something up about the chase. And she's like, and we're moving on. You know, it was like, which I think is healthy. You know, I think that's a healthy thing to do. And I myself have been pushing myself to go forward with all these other treasure hunts, but it doesn't mean that when information comes out, I'm not like all over it. Just like, oh my God. Because we weren't given that information. If things were different, like let's say the hunt was pretty much a wonderful hunt, there wasn't really any bad stuff, and the finder was very excited to come forward, because let's admit it, he says in the thing that he's like, yeah, I'm, you know, people are going to follow me and my family, it's going to be awful. If that hadn't happened, if people hadn't been so, you know, too emotional, let's put it that way, if people hadn't been too emotional about it and too negative about it, the finder probably would have come forward and was like, here's the solve, here's this, here's that. Or maybe he would have waited on the solve, but he would have come forward because it would have been fun. Like, oh, look what I did, how much fun is this, da 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 da. But
Yeah.
instead there's a section in that article where he specifically says how grateful he was that Forrest went the extra step to protect him against what Forrest had to deal with.
Yes.
You know, so
Absolutely.
yeah, I think that says a lot about, unfortunately, the reality of humans. We are an angry people.
We are an angry people.
We did not make it to the dominant species because we were kumbaya. You know, we are the dominant species because we're like, kill the other people. You know, that's what we did. And so that's what's natural to us. To not be like that. To not be like that takes work, right? When you feel upset about something, it takes work to say, I'm not going to let my emotions guide my actions. Otherwise,
one of Forrest's
I know
messages was
nothing
just
of
leave.
that.
Forrest just said, leave other people alone. Like,
why
if you
can't
got a
we
beef,
just
just leave them alone. Do your
That's
own
right.
thing.
That's right. Yeah, and there's a reason for that, because that's the wisdom of somebody who lives through a war. You know, what are we fighting for? There are some fights, obviously, that should be fought. You know, the fighting the Nazis and what they were doing to the Jewish people. You know, it's like, okay, we have to step in here.
Very, very clear. Yeah, very clear call.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very
My
few
boyfriend
wars
was
are
a
that
smart
clear.
person and put eggs in the side door. When I opened it, they all fell and splattered all over the floor. Sorry.
If you guys want to have some fun in family gatherings, there's a few games you can play. And one of them, especially if there's someone new, like whenever there would be someone new in our family, somebody brought home a boyfriend, we'd play these games. And you tell them, okay, this is the game. So you take an egg and you have to fit it through the door. And so you take it, you make them hold an egg through the, through the slot in the door. And then you just all walk away. He's holding an egg and being like, oh shoot, my only option is to drop the egg. And yeah, so there's some just little fun games like that. You can tell them that there's a trick where whoever gets the most water into the bowl by using 2 forks, and you put water on the floor. And so they're sitting there with their legs like this with the water in the middle. And then you take their legs and you drag them through the water.
That's just pure evil.
Okay.
So you grew up tough in my family. This is why.
Make or break moment right there.
It's like, yeah, in my family, it's like nobody, it's just, you're just goofing off. But anyway, I'll go back to reading the chat. I'll get back to, so let's see here. Outcast Searcher says, but if you guys believe in this article, the finder says they are selling the entire treasure minus the bracelet, which he gave to Forrest.
So how could this go on? Yeah, I do. I have the same question. I'll keep reading though, and then we'll get to that. Do you really think that there can ever be a satisfying ending ever now? And then Silver Fox, hey, Silver Fox. But when people lie, they do so with emotional content versus data. Exactly. Because emotion is very convincing when you know what someone wants to feel or hear. You can manipulate someone so easily with the right emotions. It's true. I don't know if that's what you're saying was going on. Oh, Denise Bagley, if Dale doesn't 100% know this is the finder, he should add, in my opinion, I trust Dale. Why can't the finder prove it to him? I don't know. For me, it's the photographs. I mean, if you're going to report information, you're going to wait to import information where there's photographs. And we'll go back to the photographs again.
They're awesome.
But can I quickly answer the how does it keep going if he's going to sell it? So first
yes,
off,
please.
I don't want to re-find what the finder just found. So like, it wouldn't be exciting for me to find what he just found that he re-hid somewhere. So my assumption is if this is going to keep going, that something else will be hidden, or there's a different chase or a different hunt, maybe in the same exact spot, but it's not going to be the same exact chest with the same exact items. That's my answer
why
to
he's
that
selling
question.
it.
Yep.
And I think a lot depends on where it ends up too. You know, like, don't you think, like, I don't know, there's a lot of possibilities for this.
I want to zoom in on this picture again of
Yeah,
the closed chest. So here's another Photoshop thing that people were wondering about because they kept thinking that this forward lip was more warped. And again, for me, I'm like, it looks like a wide angle lens. And here you can see it's kind of a straight edge with the, with it closed and everything like that. So here's a question, by the way. Hello, Huli. I keep seeing you coming in and out.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out all my audio and camera and everything.
Oh my God, your camera!
I've been trying to be subtle and not go, ah! So anyway, it's like when Susie all of a sudden. So Susie, if any of you don't know, Susie is the first video I saw as far as the treasure chest was found, but she didn't say the treasure chest has been found. She just all of a sudden showed her face. And I'm like, my God, she showed her face. And then she's going,
Susie is the treasure.
Excited. I'm so excited. And I'm like, wonder why she's excited. And of course, then the next video I see is chest has been found. And I'm like, oh.
I'm sorry I couldn't manage to spit that out.
That was rough. The winner. Yeah, show us that, Davio. That's a check that Susie did. Oh, look at this. We got Mr. Clue. Okay, Mr. Clue says rental car companies in the area could possibly find out who it was if he had the car for 25 days. So if it was 25 consecutive
There's no way
days,
he was searching for 25 days straight. There's no way 25 days straight. I'm
Right.
assuming that's, yeah.
Right. But still, the rental car thing is amusing because, of course, Forrest talked about that too. Denise Bagley says, then why wouldn't Dale say he knows 100% because of the photos? If there's any doubt. Well, you know what? He's going to be on later on tonight. So, but I don't know if he wants to talk about it or not. So we'll just see what he has to say. But I certainly don't want to speak for him. We'll just see. I know he's got a big responsibility for having, one of the main blogs out there. It's a lot of pressure to make sure you get stuff right. Loki says, getting faked out by a counterfeit blaze seemed really weird to me, like any other story I read on the blogs. I don't know.
That's not a part of the story.
Would he have known ahead of time what the blaze? Well, maybe he hadn't solved it to the final beer, I don't know.
Yeah, that's so bizarre. Yeah.
I don't know. You guys are okay. Did you guys answer who would, so if the finder is a millennial, we've got an age range now.
It's Justin Posey.
Who would play the finder in a movie?
Oh, right.
So put that in the chat.
Ryan Reynolds.
Okay.
Ryan Reynolds. I know who that is.
took me a
He's too
second.
goofy for
Wait,
that.
what is he in? What movies is he in?
Everything.
I feel so lame. I think I have to look it up.
Oh, he's most recently in Deadpool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was good.
Does he seem shy to you? We need a shy, awkward, never been seen before star to come and
He
do
could be
that.
shy if you ask him to be.
Never.
But but you're not picturing that when you see him.
That's true. He is rather buff.
Brian, Nicolas Cage, just make him a little bit younger.
Dax Shepard.
Cage, yeah, that's it.
Jack says 25 days times 24 hours equals 600 hours. Now I'm guessing obviously he didn't spend 24 hours. So let's go with 12, right? Daylight, and cut that in half to 300 hours. So potentially 300 hours on site trying to find this thing.
We should put a post about like anyone who saw someone out there for 25 days looking like they were losing their mind.
I think Truman
Anyone who
Everett
came out of the
was
woods.
30 Days in Peril in the Yellowstone. If anyone's ever read that.
I
What?
haven't. 30
Truman
days in
Everett.
peril?
30 Days in Peril. I might be quoting that wrong, but anyways,
He
disastrous.
he didn't say those days were consecutive, or did he? Or is that
Justin
implied?
Posey. Oh my God, Justin Posey is in the room. All right.
He
This
didn't
is
tell
Tobey
the
Maguire.
truth.
Tobey Maguire. Is that what I heard?
Tobey Maguire, he does do the shy thing pretty good, doesn't he? That's a good one. Didn't Owen die? Huli, you can talk.
Yeah, what do you think, Louis?
I want Hooli to be the lead star in that movie.
You're hilarious, Alan. No way.
How about the narrator? And all you see is from like that. This is brilliant. I mean, I think this is genius.
Hey, Justin, if you want to join us, if I didn't email you, did I email you, Justin? We sent out the Zoom invite, but at this point, I don't remember if I'm going to resend you the Zoom invite.
Hey,
Talk
Amy.
amongst yourselves.
When in
Yes.
doubt, Morgan Freeman it out.
Boom. Morgan.
What does that mean?
As the narrator, Morgan Freeman.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
According to South Park, he explains everything. When in doubt, bring Morgan Freeman out. Because he explains everything great.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Morgan.
Oh, you're
too,
Neil
maybe.
deGrasse Tyson.
Oh.
Did you just say Neil deGrasse?
I don't know. Maybe.
There was
That's
some
how
Neil
we got it
deGrasse
wrong.
in that photo you shared. A little
I
Neil
need coffee.
deGrasse in that
Shut
photo.
Of course, Alan takes the one chance to just like attack.
I can't think. I'm like trying to find this link and I'm just.
What about
Benedict
Cumberbatch?
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh, he would be a good.
All there. Some
He's
brain.
sort of dorky,
Oh, yes,
sort of hot.
Oh,
The
yes,
cheekbones.
There you go. In a library all the time. Always behind a computer.
Please. I'm sorry, but the series Sherlock, big crush on Cumberbatch on that series.
I love that series.
Yeah.
Are you a high functioning sociopath with my number?
I'm a high functioning sociopath.
Yikes. Last time I said that, it didn't go so.
You're not supposed to say it on a first date.
Oh,
I think the chat's just like they all are crazy.
oh, right. People are reading things, right? Dig it.
That's very true. That's very true. All right, I gotta find this. Okay, hold on, Justin. I don't know if you want to go on, but I am.
Go to
gonna-
participants, Amy. Go to participants, and then once you go to participants,
I
at
found
the
it.
bottom it says invite, and then go to email, copy
Well, I was
invite.
trying to find my original send, but I did find it, so I am gonna now forward that.
Who do you need it sent to? I can do it, Amy.
Forward. I got it. Got it. There we go. And send. There we go. So if he wants to join, he can join. And like I say, Justin, if you want other people to join, that's true too. Okay. But he's probably like, I want nothing to do with you people.
Come on, Justin.
Well, Justin's really cool. I got to hang out with him at the Fen finale, and he takes shots like a champ.
You did. Ha ha. There we go. Yeah. He was the one who very sweet. Oh, he did. Here he comes.
He's gonna be like, silence.
Very good.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hello.
So you're crazy enough to join.
Hi, Finder.
I am crazy enough. How you guys doing?
Very good.
We're dreaming up our dreamcast of the Finder.
Yeah. So we've got Benedict Cumberbatch.
That's the winner so far.
I maintain Tobey Maguire. It's true that he's over 40, but he looks sufficiently young.
And someone just said Cumberbatch is actually too old as well. He's 44.
You have to be 38. That's the
Hey,
oldest
when
you
is
can be.
44 too old?
Well, he can play 38 easy.
What are you doing, Davio?
I want to answer Captain Marvel in the chat. Says she asked Captain Marvel asked if I think he said that he found he'd found the location in 2018 but didn't find it until June. Okay, so the 25 times that the finder went back to the location could have been over that 2-year span, and not necessarily like in June or in May of this year. We don't know how many days he spent this year there.
Right, exactly. We don't think it's 25 consecutive days. We think
Right.
But at the same time, why the June 5th matchup postmark thing? I don't know.
Coincidence?
That bugs me.
Such a thing as
coincidence.
In my theory.
Rabbit holes.
You can't rule it out. You can't rule coincidence.
In my, if you watch my video, it's only like 6 hours long. Easy so easy to get through.
But we don't know what day he really found it. We really don't know. We know when the information was released. It wasn't that the 6th and not the 5th anyway.
Yes, it
and
was
we
later.
assumed,
6
so
or
I
7?
mean, we're making this force fitting this into a that cannot.
Okay, Justin. So since you're new, what is your opinion? Since you are joining us, what is your opinion about the whole article? Have you read it?
Yeah.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
He's
from my
like,
perspective, knowing the final location comes with responsibility, and that's a place that Forrest wanted to die at, and it has a lot of value, I think, not only to Forrest but to everyone else, to the point where responsibility kicks in. You don't want folks going there and defiling the location and traipsing around and just effectively disrespecting it. So I think it's a challenge to divulge the final resting location in a responsible way that wouldn't result in that. It's hard to do.
How would you have done it?
How are you going to do it?
No.
Well, it's no secret. I think I've mentioned it before on at least a couple of occasions. If I were to have found it, I had plans to hide it elsewhere, and I think that's really the best you can do. I would be nervous about divulging the final resting location just for the reasons I mentioned, and I know that probably upsets a lot of people, but it's a hard balance, I think.
So do you think you would not have released the solution, since that would lead to the spot?
I think the right balance would have been to leave something unique at the final location so that folks could continue the hunt, and those that are willing to put in the effort and go through the motions and actually come up with the correct location would have their own decision to make as to whether or not to divulge it to the masses or keep it tight to the chest. And
so you would have definitely have left something there in case anyone else solved it.
I think so. Yeah.
I like that. What is
I would
your
have left an IOU.
Small IOU, right?
I like that.
Trinket.
An IOU. Now, Justin, would you have left something personal of yours or something from the chest?
I think both. something from the chest is important, just more than anything as validity to show that, yes, this really was the spot. And, you can tie it back to the chest itself.
Right. Oh, I love this. I love this delightful voice of reason. It's so soothing.
I don't know about reason. I guess that's a slippery slope for
I might have to vote
eye of the
you
beholder.
as a finder.
Well, I would say this. I think after hindsight from Forrest, I think the thing to do is to devalue it, but make the value in the searching. In other words, less of a gold hunt, and more of a search that it is, the chase, the thrill for life. You know what I mean? That way you don't get people killing themselves in desperation.
Oh, right. To prevent any further
Right.
craziness.
Exactly. So it's clear that it's about the chase, the search, not the prize at the end, which is getting people desperate, right? So
It's a good point.
I would take that point away. But I do everything just like you're saying though, but I would leave it exactly as it is, and I even leave the chest. So the next guy would then leave the chest. So you become the person that found. I mean, it's really hard, right? I mean, if so far person's found it, so how many more within 20 years would that be? 4? That would be, I don't know.
Well, here, let's ask the chat room this question.
Romantic, sorry.
If the finder comes forth and says, I have left something there, right? It's not worth that much. Oh, Alan. Okay, Alan. Thanks for coming by.
Bye, Alan.
Bye,
Bye,
Alan.
Ellen. See you later.
Bye,
We
take
shall
care. Good chatting.
continue.
Bye, guys.
I'll
Will
see
we
y'all
see
later.
you later? Will we see you later?
Via something, yeah.
Take care.
Okay.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Chloe comes on and I have to go. God dang it.
I know. What the heck?
Is that a coincidence?
Take care. See you, Justin. Take care. Davio, Amy, Chasing, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
So here's my question to the chat. If the finder comes forth and says, I have left something that is not of monetary value at the site, but a little trinket from the chest and a little something of mine, how many of you in the chat would continue to search for it and continue your work to try and find it? Say yes, if you would. And yes, in here, everyone raise their hand if you would.
Absolutely.
Dude,
For sure.
I'm still trying to solve it without the chest as a prize because I never cared about the chest.
Yeah.
I was totally in it for the money. I'm sorry.
Appreciate the honesty there.
Me too, Amy. No lie. That's why I started. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Absolutely. For the money.
Whole time.
I think a lot of people start for the money, but they end with a different realization that
Here we
it's
are.
more about the chase, or at least that's the hope.
Well, I had money and it destroyed my family, so I really don't care about money.
Oh, now see, that is an interesting perspective. I've heard other people have been in that position where money kind of ruined everything and they're sick of it. They're like, I just want enough to have a happy life.
There you go. That to me, that would be a lot of money to have. In other words, what is that?
How happy do you want to be?
Life, just, food, art supplies, roof overhead.
For me, it was security. I could secure my family's future. I could take care of my brother, my sister. I can take care of everyone. And I wouldn't have, and they would all be okay. That was a big thing for me. Now it's going to be a little harder. Right?
Just give me a library, a room of tea, and Netflix, and I am golden.
A room of tea. Well, at some point, Chasing Indy, I will show you my tea drawer. I'm a big tea person. Anyway, all right. So the chat is saying some stuff. What's that?
Oh, I'm a big tea snob. So
you are. I will show you my tea drawer.
We'll have to exchange drawers.
Don't burn my water, man.
I will.
Can we start a new group on Facebook, like Tea Lovers Anonymous?
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, just so you guys know, if you are tea snobs, I have a bamboo. So I have a tea that was cooked in the bamboo from China that is no longer made. And it's a delightful pura. So good. It's got a little bit of a mushroom kind of thing going on to it.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
It's like 20, 25 years old.
Nice. You only whip that out on special occasions, right?
Yes, for other people who love tea. There's because they like it. Okay, anyway, that's not Chase related. Okay, I'm gonna read the chat. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, so secondhand Louis, yeah, we went off on a tea tangent. Secondhand Louis says that's exactly why he didn't leave anything. Oh, because then people would keep searching. I get that. Denise Bagley says, Forrest's mom was waiting for the postman. Postmarks. Okay, sorry. Waiting for the post squirrel. He knew that he would be one day too. He knew that he would be one day too. A postman? Denise, elaborate. And then Outcast Searcher says, nope, haven't looked at the poem or book since June. I put my stuff away too while bawling. Most likely will donate them soon to make room on my bookshelf. Okay. All right, so did we get answers from for the search? So we have a yes, no, me too, feeling kind of paranoid lately. Wait, that's not a yes. So not many yeses or nos. We didn't get too much of a consensus there as far as keeping searching. But I would get out all my Chase stuff. I don't think I can get rid of it. I don't think I can let go of all that work I did.
I will never.
No, never.
I never thought about that though. Have any of you gotten rid of your stuff?
Why would you?
Oh, I'm collecting more.
I quit printing stuff, but I still have stuff.
Hey.
You know,
Thanks to Beauty Bronze, I have a mini indulgence to put in my little makeshift shrine of the Chase.
Where is my little tiny? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh my God, yours is so tiny.
It opens.
What?
That's what she said.
I have one of those too. Those are nifty.
Yes. They were given away for the people who did the. Oh, we're getting feedback. Who is that?
Uh-oh.
They were given away at the World Series of Fen for the people who did the escape room. This is my second place prize.
It's so cute. He gave me like a big one.
I was I was actually in you guys. So here's a little joke, right? I was actually doing a live show, and when you're trying to talk about a tiny chest, just one joke after another. And I kept trying to say something, and I'm like, well, I did it, and I'm like, oh, that sounds wrong. And then I'm like, but, and I'm like, that sounds worse. And I was like, just digging myself this hole.
That's gold. That's gold.
And I did the same thing in a chat once. I typed something out, and then as soon as I reread it, I'm like, delete. So thank you, 3D. And he did say he's going to make me a larger chest.
Kind.
Somebody's audio is wonky again.
I
hear that too.
Okay, let me.
It's not me because I was muted.
It actually just went away. So whoever recently muted.
See, everything's off.
No. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Like there's 40 windows open sometimes. So anyway, thank you, 3D Bronze, because this is the closest I will ever get. Unless the Finder. So this is the other question I wanted to ask you, Justin. What is your interpretation of the Finder's next move?
Well, first I was going to mention you could actually get closer to the chest. There is someone who makes like the real bronze replicas of the chest, or pretty close to it. So you could always get one of those, but they're certainly not cheap.
And 3D Bronze is going to do that as well.
Oh, great. Okay. Yeah, just in terms of next steps for the Finder, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, from the article he wrote, what's your interpretation of what he's going to do next?
I think this really boils down to the fate of the chest, if you will. I think he mentioned in the article that Forrest had intentions, or kind of the ideal solution of where the chest would end up. And in my opinion, that would be someplace like the Bill Cody Museum, or someplace with sufficient protections in place where the world could see it. and appreciate it for years to come, as opposed to it ending up in someone's private collection and you effectively never see it again. So, I think that might be just kind of a precursor to maybe that staged communication as to where the chest is going to go potentially. That's just my best guess, though. It's tough to say.
You think so? Obviously, there's a billion questions when it comes to the finder selling it, right? In my interpretation, it seemed like the seller was going to attempt to sell it all in one piece. Is that you guys' interpretation?
Did you guys see the, I know Smell the Sunshine, Matt did a breakdown on the chest value and discussed the pros and cons of selling it wholesale versus parting it out.
Excellent video, people.
Yeah, very well done, absolutely. And as I recall, the net result of that investigation was that it would actually make more sense to part it out, unless you could find someone who really wanted to pay way more than the collective value, to keep it intact. And I think that buyer is going to be hard to come by. So, I think it would be quite unfortunate to see it broken up, into smaller pieces, but that's where the money is, because with each individual piece, it's a lower barrier of entry in terms of the price point, and a lot of us everyday folks could say, hey, you know what, I could pay a premium for that and own a piece of Fenn's treasure, which is cool also. But I really, for me, just personally, I really hope that the chest stays intact as a single entity, the whole treasure. And I think ideally someone would purchase it who's eccentric enough to hide it somewhere else and let the chase continue.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if I could handle one that required new work. Like I could continue the work I was doing, but if I had to start over, oh, I don't know. That might be crushing.
My boyfriend would leave me 100%. He would leave me.
Well, what's so unique about the Fenn treasure is that it was so approachable. Anyone who read that poem would say, you know what, I've got a good idea or two about where that thing might be. And that was the lure, is that it didn't require advanced cipher skills or, encryption routines or anything to that effect. It was, very low, I think, in the math department, if at all. And that's really cool. And I would hope that if in the off chance someone were to continue the hunt, that they would do something similar.
Wouldn't that be lovely? I'm getting more and more excited about the potential of what's happening next, as far as still involving searchers in some manner, even if it is just going somewhere to see the chest. I know people have talked about having it in Vegas so people can just go and pay $20 and see it, right? I think that's a wonderful money-making idea, and I would definitely pay the $20 and to check it out. Obviously a museum eventually would be great. What's that?
I'm reading chat. They saw my post the other day about Fenn pulling my boyfriend aside to have a private chat with him. And Lisa Smith's like, oh, Candy, Forrest already gave him the talk. You're good. Because I was like, my boyfriend's going to leave me if I don't find a treasure.
You got to get one under your belt. I don't know. This article, it gave me hope. I had to skim through it pretty fast though, because I got a whole bunch of influx of people saying, "Go live now."
That's why I did a K-Pro.
Go live now and make it a Zoom.
Well, I suspect a lot of people just skimmed it to see, hey, where's the solution? And then once they realize it's not in there, I hope folks go back and actually read it in more detail.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, obviously, so today is a full day. So for anyone who's new to the chat or whatever, we've got, I think, like 84 or something in here watching. Today, it's going to be a full day of talking. So at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, AGK is coming back on. And then they're going to be on talking stuff. And then after that, Dale and Cynthia and I are going on. So, any questions you have, we're going to be chatting all day long. So if you have to work right now, go back to work.
Amy, you're going to switch from like vodka to coffee.
What I need, I actually have
Kahlua,
Espresso
you know,
vodka.
like coffee and vodka, just Red Bull coffee and vodka.
Oh God, we learned the hard way that the shots we took in West Yellowstone consist of Red Bull. And so Loki's wife the next day was like, was there an energy drink in those shots? Because I freaking couldn't sleep for hours and my heart was racing.
Was there an energy shot? Because
Yes.
thank you for admitting that. I was like,
So
what is
Justin,
going
what
on
was
here?
your experience?
Well, I don't recall exactly how many shots I had, but man,
Does
sleeping
anyone?
was a challenge, and that's normally not a problem for me.
I apologize, Justin. I mean, when I get to that level, I'm what would you call a sharing drunk?
Well, no need for apology. It was my choice to partake. So
You didn't force him to take the shots. It sounds like though you did pretty good there, Justin. Oh.
it's all relative, I suppose. Yeah.
All right, we've got the chat buzzing again. Let's see here. Amy Seeks. Lisa Smith says, accept the bracelet. That's right. The bracelet did go back to Forrest. And so, where's the bracelet now? That's a good question. Jack says, would a museum buy the whole thing for a fair value? That would put the finder's name in the museum also. Right. There's a lot of questions with how much money a museum can actually have to spend on something like this. Delisha Jager says, do you remember a Fen tuber saying Sotheby's had estimated up to 8 million if sold intact? A Gypsy's Kiss, if you go back and watch their shows, they do a lot of talk about keeping it completely intact and selling it to a rich oligarch, I believe is the term. If I can. Yeah. And then Jack, what is this? By all of us being here and talking about this response tells me that there is still extreme interest in the Fen poem and Solve. Forever. And House Husband Diary says, what time will you be back on? Oh, hey there, Connor. Sorry, Carter. It's Carter. So AGK is going to be on at 7, and then we are going to, whenever their show finishes, that's when Dale and Cynthia and I will go live. Alan K, in going to charge all of my devices, drink 10 gallons of water starting now. Oh my Lord. How many marathon shows do you think we've all done?
I got to the point where I fell asleep drooling on my couch, so y'all can stay up and talk.
Not enough.
Just a small handful.
Not enough.
Well, before I was a tuber, these are the shows that were comforting for me. These are the shows that I could watch and I wasn't alone in what I was going through.
Exactly. That's it. It's hanging out with these are our
people.
Yeah, these are our people. We're all trees of the same forest,
So here's a quick question too about the treasure chest. So, look at that. I've got, it's a blaze, everyone. It's a blaze. I'm the finder.
The search is over.
The search is over. No, there we go. I won't lean in too far. There we go. So obviously all of us would just die for a piece of the treasure chest. Like, it's like, how much, what can I sell to get some money to buy something?
There's
at the same time. What's that?
Would you rather have something from the treasure chest or know where it was? Or know the answer to the solution? Would you rather have a piece, one of the nuggets?
Oh, yes. So that's the other question.
Give me the damn biography.
Does anyone have an opinion about what they think's going on with the biography? Do you think the finder opened it?
It looked like it was still sealed when
Justin
the pictures were taken.
I don't think it's been opened.
It was still sealed in those pictures, yes. Do you think Forrest asked for it back? I mean, we know it was in there.
Maybe that has something to do with what he's trying to do for Forrest and his last wishes.
Like maybe write a book?
Yeah. What if it's Eric and what if it's Eric Sloan and Forrest's book inside that olive jar? I mean, what if that's
unfinished book?
Well, he did say he didn't want it out.
I just think that whatever's in the olive jar is the story behind the place.
He said he took that out.
The story behind the place? Oh yeah, you're right. Okay.
I gotta move something.
Does she have an omega in the background?
Yup, I saw that too.
That's cool.
That is cool.
What's that?
Oh,
Your
we're looking
omega
at your
in your
omega.
bookcase.
Oh,
Or is it a horseshoe?
I actually found that. It's such a silly story. I found that at a discount store for $2.99, and it was discounted from $5.99. And I'm like, it's a sign. I'm gonna find the treasure. It's a sign.
I just want your library, Amy. Like, I want my YouTube room to look as cool as yours.
Those are, you gotta, books. You need books.
Oh no, I've got enough books. I just don't have the patience, and I'm too lazy to like build shelves.
Well, I was lucky. These were here when I moved in. The shelves, not the books.
Oh.
Now I'm jealous. Anytime Justin goes live, I'm jealous of his background. I mean, come on.
Just a
Cabin in the
cabin. That's
And what is that gorgeous old painting thing behind you?
That painting was found in a very old cabin by my grandfather when he was a fish and game warden. He used to do a lot of patrolling just out in the middle of nowhere, a lot of different places. And he found this just in an old abandoned cabin. So kind of cool.
Oh, I wonder what the story is behind that.
Me too.
Is there a sealed jar, olive jar, with food in it beside it?
Wait,
would've been something.
Justin, is there a sugar bowl in the background that I see? Is that a sugar bowl?
Oh, that's actually a tea kettle. Yeah.
Of course. I don't want to say anything, but I heard Justin's a bit of a tea snob.
Actually, that's
Dan,
very true.
Don't tell anybody.
The chat's gonna hate me. They're like, Andy keeps talking about tea. Get off.
I know. I'm so sorry. It's like we're all hanging around a campfire.
Ooh, wasn't it something cool that I was trying to think about? So years like way before the chase ever was released or we knew about it, there's articles where Fenn actually used to refer to it as the thrill of the find. So I'm wondering exactly when he decided to change it from find to chase.
Well, we know that the name of the book wasn't even the thrill of the chase at first,
Yeah, it was the Rye sequel.
The sequel to the Rye. Or was it the Rye sequel or sequel to the Rye?
It was the Rye sequel.
The Rye sequel. I know you were anagramming that, so I know when that information came out, Chasing Indy was like the jaw like dropped 10 feet. Just like,
yeah, I was like, the hell?
When someone just posted on Facebook that the book by, who was it? Hersey, John Hersey, I believe, The Thrill of the Chase. Or no,
Too Far to Walk.
Too Far to Walk. He actually called it the Rye sequel.
The Rye sequel. Wait,
I was surprised by that.
Back it up. What?
Yeah, it's so funny you say that, Huli, because I was gonna say that too.
So there's another book, and I apologize. I have my windows open, and I don't know if you can hear the
safe, Huli.
ambulance. I'm great, thank you. But there was a book written by, I believe, John Hersey, and it was called Too Far to Walk, and he said it was called the Rye sequel. And someone posted this on Facebook just today.
A book by someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Called.
And there actually is a book
called something else with something else. I don't get
called Too Far to Walk, but
but really was supposed to be called the Rye
and
sequel.
He joked around that it was going to be called the Rye sequel.
And
Am I correct?
And it's the same story as what Forrest did. Joked around about calling it, right. Okay, I get it. Interesting.
I actually looked something up too about JD Salinger, and I can't remember the year. I think it was like 2006 or 2007 maybe, where someone was trying to make the Rye sequel and they wouldn't let them do it.
Well, JD Salinger's publisher was Little Brown and Company, so some folks thought that was Elmer Brown, right?
Elmer Brown.
And nobody can mess with JD Salinger's work. Like 50, there's a date on it, 50 years past his death or something like that. There's a provision on his, so there's like 2042 or some crazy, date in the future is when you can make a movie or do whatever, talk about.
Right,
Catcher
legally.
in the Rye, and just stealing that little bit of Catcher in the Rye and putting it into his book. That's just kind of like a, you know, that's just like a, you know, like this snarky,
have a
and then
fun
change the
thought.
word and the punctuation just enough where it was not a direct exact quote. It was, you know, a
It
little
was
bit
like,
different.
right.
Oh, Alan in chat says, I know a book that talks about, in parentheses, the thrill of the chase in 1983.
So it's actually from the California Museum, did an art expose of photos. And it was a conglomerate of photos. It was at Griffith Observatory, Alan, maybe. And then there's also a book called The Thrill of the Chase that's all about cars, British cars. Like high end, really high end British
like
cars.
Aston Martins.
Yes.
That's the James Bond car, if you're unfamiliar.
Well,
like
didn't
the
they
most
also have terminology for the Nez Perce War? How they were getting chased by chased off their land. They actually referred it to the thrill of the chase.
Oh,
in that
I
book?
had not heard that before. Interesting.
Yeah, it was this old book I found when they were talking about the history of Nez Perce Indians.
The history there. So I had a fun little thought. Just because we know that Forrest was working on the book about Santa Fe and Taos, right? The Closet Stories of Taos. Do you think there's any possibility that he finished it and wanted to be like J.D. Salinger, where it got published after he passed?
didn't he give that book to Cynthia?
Yeah, she did her YouTube series on it.
Yeah, he
It
gave
wasn't
that
a
book.
finished book though, right? It was stories.
Yeah, she was gonna finish it or something. I don't know. I can't. It was
Well,
a
I'll
project
ask-
she
we'll
was
ask her
working
to-
on.
we'll
Yeah,
ask
she
her.
was working on the Closet Stories of Taos, and she had mentioned something. I heard her say that she wasn't sure if she would complete it now, if people were really going to be interested in that. And it's like,
In
like
her
heck,
video that she made about it, right?
right. And it's like, heck yeah, people are still interested in that.
Right.
I mean,
And if you haven't commented on that video and said, yes, I want to see it, I want to hear it, please go do that soon
for sure.
to incentivize her to do so.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's been some great discussions like, Cynthia Meacham, AGK, K Pro and Cal, and Smell the Sunshine, right? Smell the Sunshine gets all that historical stuff. He's my PBS of the Fen Chase.
That's a good analogy.
Spot. It was. As soon as I heard that voice, I'm like, ah.
That's what I
have a
said when I was
soothing
standing
voice,
right
doesn't he?
next to him.
So, okay. So I'll just be curious if it does, because I just thought, I know, and there was also one time when I met when I was at his house, he was talking about the book about Crossroads. He was telling the story about in Vietnam, everyone met at these crossroads, and that's where they talked. All the men talked and all that other kind of stuff, and it was like a water cooler, right? And everybody needs a crossroads. And I always thought it was so cool because it was a little bit like an X, It's like, oh, it's the X, the missing X. Like maybe those stories, like how many stories are still out there that maybe he did think that would be great to publish after the fact. But I know, again, that's off topic because we're talking about this article that came out that, okay, here's my question then for the chat. How many of you think that this article gives you hope that more information is going to come forward? Say yes, it gives me hope, or no, it doesn't. And in the chat, hope. What about you, Justin? Does it give you hope that
Caper's
more
in chat.
information?
I know there'd been a lot of speculation and assumptions about the mentality of the finder and just kind of anything from his upbringing to what was going through his mind when he didn't divulge any additional information. And I heard a lot of folks kind of attribute it to, akin to saying that they were effectively holding Fenn hostage, right? Because they weren't allowing him to really prove that it was really even hidden because of this person's wish to remain anonymous. So, I mean, I don't know, I guess is the short answer.
Here, I'll go to share screen again so we can see that little snippet where he talks about what Forrest did to protect his anonymity. Let's see if we scroll down here. So self-esteem.
I'm seeing a lot of yes, yes, hope. Yes. On the unknown says it was all BS. Lisa Smith says yes.
Well, I think
Jeff
this,
says
like,
yes, hope.
this article, I think to me, helps lift the veil a little bit to understand the mental state and a little bit of the history here leading up to the find. And I think it certainly asserts that the finder has respect for Forrest. It wasn't that he was holding him hostage, or at least the finder didn't view it that way.
Right.
And that he had a lot of just respect and admiration for Forrest. And the question I've heard over the day is, well, why did this person feel the need to release this article? And my answer to that is that it's the finder's way to kind of cope and to pay tribute to a friend that he lost. Yeah.
So here is, oh, we're getting echo. Okay, so here is the part of the article about protecting the finder as opposed to the finder not letting Forrest say stuff. In a final act of selflessness, in what should have been his moment of redemption, he went to great lengths to protect my anonymity. Over the past decade, he and his family have suffered stalkers, break-ins, and potential kidnapping, just to name the things that have been publicized from misguided searchers. I told him I didn't want to be looking over my shoulder for people like that for the rest of my life, and he was completely understanding. Forrest went out of his way to protect me, a person he had never met before, even though in some ways it undermined the legitimacy of his hunt in some people's minds. My family and I will be eternally grateful. It's incredibly generous to leave a chest full of gold out in the wilderness for someone to find. It's a whole other thing to set aside one's driving desire for a legacy in order to protect that stranger. Selflessness is the only way it could be described.
See?
That's, yeah. I mean, he was
That's
protecting a
lovely.
stranger.
I think it's hard to empathize. It's like if you've never been in a position to find something of great value that you're just kind of sketchy on the legalities and so forth. Like, I mean, it's easy to kind of guess how you would react, but unless you're there and it happens, I don't know if you can necessarily do that. I mean, for instance, years ago, when I lived in Washington State, I was walking to the grocery store and I found a loose gemstone on the sidewalk. And it was just a huge, I mean, it looked like a diamond, but it seemed pretty clear that it was just a fake gem. And so I took it to a gemologist and they tested it and determined that it was authentic. And it was very large and it was worth several $100,000. And when that moment, crosses your mind, you'd think like, oh, well, joy, jubilation, but I was scared and I started sweating. You think, well, how did this get here? Why was I the one to find it? Was this part of a robbery? Like, is this, a hot item? A lot of thoughts go through your mind. And
somebody that lost that is missing it. You can't just lose that and
is
not
looking
miss
for it, maybe.
That's right.
So-
yeah. And you got to wonder, well, who saw me pick this up? And so, I can understand the mentality of someone who, finding something of that value, maintaining anonymity is important. It's one thing if you have the money to hire protection and keep yourself safe. But if you can't, and you're always having to look over your shoulder and worried about threats, as we've seen from some of the recent chases that have come about, like the tumble bear load, especially, it's hard to relate to that unless you've had that experience. From my perspective, I got scared, and I could imagine the finder being the same way.
So tell us how.
What'd you
the
do?
end of the story. What'd you do?
Oh man, well,
You're killing me.
You don't have to tell us. It's
no,
okay.
it's fine. It was a very stressful situation, and I had a lot of people giving me opinions on what I should do. But in the end, I turned it in. So I went to the local police department and I filled out a form. And when they tested it, there was actually a serial number engraved on the diamond.
Oh, of
And
course.
so that was, I recorded as part of the Lost and Found report. And the way that it works is that I think it was 30 days for the finder to come forward, and they had to show proof that you know, they were the owner of the diamond. Otherwise, it would have been returned to me. And so, you know, the clock started counting down. And of course, most people said, "Oh my gosh, you're an idiot! Like somebody at the
No.
police department's going to take that. Like, you know, you just gave it away." And it's so, you know, I made the decision. It's on me. And like probably 10 to 15 days in, I got a call from the department, and they said that a finder had come forward and shown, you know, definitive proof of ownership. And they said they asked if it would be okay to release my information to the finder, or rather to the owner, because they wanted to contact me. And I said, yeah, that's fine. And so I got a call, and it was from an elderly woman. And it turned out what had happened was her family was over, her grandkids, and they started playing around with her safe. And one of the kids, you know, got a hold of combo or something. Somehow they got into the safe, and this diamond was in there, and they said, "Ooh, shiny object," you know. So one of the kids put it in their pocket, and throughout the course of the day, they dropped it, and they didn't know where. And so, you know, they had torn the house apart. They had tried to retrace all their steps. And so they actually had to file an insurance claim. And as part of the claim process, they were required to fill out a police report. And that's, you know, where they ended up finding it. And so, you know, she was nice. You know, she said, you know, it's from my late husband, and she says, I want to give you a finder's fee, you know, and I'm going to put this up for sale and all this stuff. And I said, oh, you know, don't worry about that. It's no big deal. You know, knowing that it went to the person that was supposed to have it is enough for me.
Especially with such a sad story of how it could have been lost forever.
It really could have, yeah.
I bet that she was just so grateful.
Yeah, she was pretty happy to. I mean, you could tell she was, I guess, for lack of a better term, slightly senile, you know, based on her age and everything. But I think it worked out for the better, so it was good in the end.
Okay, well, as far as karma is concerned, you should have found the chest.
I don't have to tell the truth anymore, but are you a finder?
Come on.
Well, damn it, karma, come on, kick in.
Karma missed the boat here. What the hell?
No, it will come.
Oh my good Lord, that's amazing. I don't know what, oh God. Okay, so like, yeah, what would I do? You know, obviously I would have to do this. You'd have to do the same thing because you have to live with yourself. You know, if you do something that, you know, isn't really something you should have done, you have to live with that.
But finding something, I mean, what do you do? I mean,
right? It's like, okay, I'm going to keep this diamond and I'm just not going to tell anybody. Right. And it's like, maybe then it would be like it didn't happen.
And you'd always wonder. Yeah.
I don't think he thought it was another rock, you know. I mean, he thought it was a chunk of glass.
Well, I almost, you know, it looked like just fake, like costume jewelry. I literally almost threw it right back down on the ground. And I thought, you know, and so, you know, I contacted a gemologist friend when I got back to my house, and you know, there's a series of tests you can do. You know, I tried like trying to etch glass with it and all this stuff. And he said, well, the best thing to do, he says, just flip it over and try and read newspaper print through the stone.
Right.
If you can, then it's probably fake. But the refractive properties of diamonds means that you shouldn't be able to read that print. And that's when I started getting a little suspicious. I'm like, well, I can't read anything, so I better get this thing tested. And it's funny because when I brought it in for testing, I have a picture here if you want to see. Wait, yeah, I'll get it here. When I brought it in for testing,
thing we have to treasure right now. So.
Yeah, they use like this little pinpoint thing to, like, you know, I think it sends like a supersonic vibration through the stone to measure density or something.
Oh, the density, right? Because it's denser.
Yeah,
so it's probably heavy.
They stuck it with the probe the first time and it didn't do anything. And she says, yeah, so it's fake. And then she says, see, like on my ring, and the woman at the store holds up her ring. She says it'll beep. And then she stuck the probe to her finger, to her ring, and it didn't beep. And she says, oh, well, sometimes it gets like oils from the fingers or something on it. So she cleans off the probe and then she pokes her ring and it beeps, you know. And at that point I had already put the stone back in my pocket. I was about to leave. And I said, well, you know, can you test it one more time? She said, oh, sure. because she was sure it was fake, you know. And when she probed it again and it beeped, she started hyperventilating the story, you know. And I said, well, you know, just any idea in terms of value? And she says, well, you know, the gemologist who does the grading isn't here today, but you can leave it and then they can grade it. And I said, I'm not entirely comfortable leaving it, you know, just kind of off the cuff, you know, what would you say in terms of value? And she threw out some numbers that were pretty surprising to me. So, you know, it just made me more nervous more than anything.
How many carrots?
In your pocket. All right, show
Yeah.
us a picture. Show us a picture, and then we'll get back to the article again.
Sure. I've got it on my phone. I don't know.
Not have been on the ground very long, right? I mean,
it was kind of, you know, it's kind of dirty, but here, this is, so it's next to a dime boil. I don't know if you guys will be able to see this.
Oh,
How
Yeah, it was pretty big.
many carrots, Justin?
And
I'm trying to
4,
recall.
5?
I actually have it on the police report. This is the found property. Well, boy, I don't know. I guess you might not be able to see that. That was the claim form that I had to fill out for the stone up in Washington.
diggity.
so basically, you are the finder, and that's one of the diamonds that was in the chest. You just gave yourself away, buddy.
Damn it! And with that, I'm out of here. No.
They're on to you, Justin. Wait. They're
Oh,
on to us.
right.
Okay, I'm going to read a couple of things in chat. Denise Begley, and again, if you're new to the chat, which I know people are switching in and out, at Amy Seeks, and then I'll see it. Forrest said he didn't know him. In my opinion, they were not friends. Forrest treats his friends differently, in my opinion. He already has a legacy and then refers to himself as a stranger. So what is it, friends or strangers? Weird, in my opinion. The app owner can find out who he is. He's not anonymous anymore. The app owner, you mean Medium? Yeah, Medium app. I don't know if they can. They might be able to find out an email. Because like when I signed up for Medium, I just entered a bunch of BS.
Yeah, you can remain completely anonymous on Medium.
Yeah, I totally entered a bunch of BS just because I know this sounds really dumb because here I am on a YouTube channel, but I like my anonymity. I was a very private person.
I was too. It happens. We slip.
oops. I mean,
Yes,
Susie.
Julie and Susie, I think, are the prime examples here.
What?
Oh my Lord. So, and just so you guys know, I'm only going to go until, you know, I guess depending on how many people in the room and want to keep chatting. I know it's important to keep the chat open for everyone because, you know, some people are new and just finding out. But AGK will be going on at 7, an hour and a half, and I will be going off at that point, and then I'll be going back on after AGK is done with Dale and Cynthia. And we do have some more information to partake, and Cynthia does have a couple of doodles that as of yet have not been seen, and the stories.
oh, that's gonna be good.
So it's, yeah, like we were saying earlier, it's information overload today. I'm the big balloon thing that
Definitely is a juicy chase day.
it's a juicy. That sounds really wrong.
Oh no.
In a great kind of way.
In a great kind of way. So
You
then
guys, I think
go ahead.
I was gonna say I think I'm gonna drop off, but I'm still gonna listen and hang out with you guys. But I'm gonna run some errands and get some stuff done
So
before.
you can get prepared for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I need to set myself up for success here. You know.
Oh, Huli. Oh, what's on that glass? That's like an emblem. I think that was
It
a
is,
searcher.
but I
coin.
can't disclose it. Sorry.
It's a gold coin. Okay, so as much as I love, okay, Susie, we will catch you later, by the way.
Yeah.
Hi, Susie.
Hi, Susie.
So I'm torn because obviously he's going to sell the chest. It sounds like he's going to try and do what Forrest wanted. And the only thing we know about what Forrest wanted was that it'd be great 1,000 years from now if it's in the Smithsonian, right? Does anyone know the exact quote? Closer to it. If you know in the chat, let us know what the exact quote was. So we're assuming
that it's going to be kept intact if possible, and maybe given to a museum. But we also know museums do not have a lot of money.
That's the
So
problem.
Amy, he's affiliated. Buffalo Bill Historic Center is affiliated with the Smithsonian Institute, and I can't imagine of a better funded museum
that's true, and maybe
to have.
the
And
people on the board.
I was going to pose this question earlier. He also mentioned, Forrest mentioned, that the interest was shifting towards Cody. And I don't know what that means, but it's interesting in light of the finder coming out and the chest being found. So that's my 12 cents there.
Well, I mean, Fenn also came out and said people are overlooking New Mexico, and people started freaking out about that.
Yeah, right. Interpretation, right? It's like, oh, man, what is he doing to us?
But when he said overlooking, he could have meant overly searching New Mexico.
Searching, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All the ways.
So it could have meant multiple things there.
Yeah, that's such a play on words. So when he's telling you the shift is now focused on Cody, he's not telling you it's Cody. He's just saying a lot of people are shifting their focus over here to Cody. And
Well, so we know the Cody Museum has people involved in it who have lots of money, right? People are involved in it. Forrest was involved in it. He donated big ticket items, right? So, I do agree with Justin that there is potential that the Cody Museum could come up with the money. If they didn't have it offhand for their budget, the people who knew Forrest even maybe would want the chest there, right? Because they would know the draw that it would bring in for the museum. I mean, that would be a huge draw for such a tiny little museum.
That museum has a couple, well, it has it used to be a black tie event each year around an art auction, and that actually drew in a lot of money for the museum. I think it's virtual this year just because of COVID. But also what they do is a raffle for various like high-end firearms that have been donated to the museum. So they make a lot of proceeds that way as well. So I'd imagine, I mean, obviously that's kind of small fries compared to what it's going to take to purchase something like this. But I do know they have some events under their belt that generate some additional revenue for them.
I wonder how much they can make by selling off all the rest of their Forrest Fenn stuff that was donated.
They just gave away a car and one of the a huge silver necklace like last week.
Oh, great! Yeah, are those raffles as well?
Yes, they were raffles.
Yeah, I've entered a few of those raffles. They're pretty cool.
Oh, you have? Have you ever gotten anything?
No. Yeah, next time.
Okay, because honestly, if I were you and I had found that diamond, even not keeping it, I'm like, I'm out. I'm done. That's the best I'm ever going to find of anything. That was just huge when you compared it. What was it, a penny or a nickel?
Oh, that was a dime.
Yeah. A dime. It was a dime. Okay, yeah. But I mean, that's it, yeah, big. Anyway, so my guess, yeah, I mean, knowing what we know, like I know you can see the reports of the finances of the Cody Museum, and yeah, they're up there for being such a small museum. I was shocked. I was shocked at reading, how much money they had to spend on this, and because they have to do a financial report every year. And Forrest Fenn's name is in there often because he would donate, and he was a board member for a while, and all that other kind of stuff. Very active in it.
Well, there's also.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say there's also people, I forgot who, it wasn't just myself, it was a lot of searchers. Apparently Fenn has a basement in the Cody Museum, and he has a basement at the Hebgen Lake Search, Earthquake
Lake Visitor Center?
Yeah, there's a basement dedicated strictly to him for Cody, the Earthquake Lake, and then one other place. I forgot the other place. Wow. Yeah, you can find it online too. There's documents galore on there.
Wow, that's the next show. Documents galore. Might be
Well,
a
I
little
just
boring.
sent you
though.
my doodle.
Here's this document. Oh, you sent me a doodle? Okay, great.
For your
We'll go
show
over those
tonight.
I should check my email to make sure nothing else is going on I need to know about. Okay, cool. Very cool. So, but that's where I'm torn though. As much as I want the chest to stay together, I would kill to have a coin. Like, what if he took,
I don't know, 40 coins, and sold them. Who cares about the coins? We knew there were coins in there. Take the coins out, leave the rest in it.
Were they normal coins too, or were they all like double eagles and stuff?
Well, let us go to screen share and we can actually see a picture of, oopsie, too far. You've gone too far.
Too far to walk.
There we go.
I can't see. What are those?
So it doesn't look very gold in this image, but those are the gold coins, if I'm correct. Correct?
Yep. Yeah, actually, Smell the Sunshine did a whole rundown as part of his chest analysis around the different types of coins that were identified in the chest. It's pretty interesting to watch if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, that was a good video.
That is, yeah. Look at that.
Damn, how did the soil get in there?
Yeah, look at all that dirt on there. So what do we have? Is this the gold dust over here?
Looks like it.
And what is this?
Looks like a
Looks
screw.
like a screw or a bolt, yeah.
What is this white? What is it against? What is this in? Do you think it's in a separate container already?
It sort of looks like it, yeah.
Unless there was some kind of lining inside the chest that we didn't know about.
Yeah.
Then we have something darker down here. Oh, hey, it's a nugget. It's one of the
You saw that now?
I'm slow.
Actually looks like there's a nugget on the far right as well.
Oh, where's that? Oh, there's another nugget.
Yeah.
Well, then if this wasn't, I mean, it's obviously a jumble. It's still got the dirt. So what is it in? Do you think he just dumped it in something else?
Looks that way.
It kind of does, doesn't it? I don't know. I would have I'd be taking each coin and placing it here, I mean, in a padded piece of something or other. Do you guys know if, I don't remember as far as information is concerned, did the finder didn't go straight to Forrest with the chest, did he? Or do we know or not?
Soon thereafter.
The way they say it sounds like they went, like they sent him pictures and then Fenn told him to get his butt out there.
So, but like, did he go home first all the way to the East Coast and then drive back again? Because he'd have to drive. Or,
I don't think he went home first, no.
You think he like was, and oh my goodness. Okay, so this is where it gets fun, right? Imagining, did he have a hotel room? Did he bring the chest in the hotel? Or like, we've all
that hotel room have blue carpet?
My money's on a law office.
But no, I mean, like right after he found it, was he car
Oh,
camping? Right?
yeah.
Up in Wyoming, where was he? Was he car camping? Did he have an RV? He says he had a rental car in one of the statements, which means, was he tent camping or did he have a hotel room? And if so, what did he do after he brought the thing back to his car, his rental car? Did
Do
he
a happy dance?
I go to the hotel room and put it in a bag, and like he had to sleep. He had to sleep somewhere. Did he sleep holding the chest?
Before said he thought of everything, I hope there was a bank nearby that had safety deposit boxes, whether he had to rent like 3 of them for the contents and take the chest home, like for the night, and put it under his pillow. I hope there was some type of
information in there.
Yeah, like some type of security that he could have ascertained it where, regardless of where it was found.
Oh my God. Okay, so Jack says coins from the hunt would be valuable. Understatement. But knowledge of Forrest's exact spot would be more valuable. Understatement. Yeah, agreed.
And that's the argument for kind of parting out the chest, right? Like if you were to sell an individual coin, you could look at that, at face value and say, okay, I'd want to bid that much. But knowing that it came from Fenn's chest, there's a huge premium on top of the face value, and I think that's the impetus for splitting it up.
Numismatic. Oh crud!
Numismatic.
Thank you. Numismatic value is massive, especially. I mean, and this is the other tricky part, though. So there's going to have to be plenty of evidence that this is a coin from Forrest Fenn's chest, because Forrest Fenn is no longer around to sign a little. Like with the maps and different stuff, it was Forrest Fenn saying, this is indeed my map and da-da-da-da-da, right? he no longer can do that for us. So how much evidence, it's like there's so many people who are like, I disbelieve. How much evidence has to be put out there in order for him to say, no, it really is a coin from the chest? Granted, that's probably not what he's going to do, but if he did, would he, would he have trouble with that? Or would we in general be like, shut up and take my money?
I think if you went to an established auctioneer like Sotheby's or Heritage, something like that, and you presented the chest in its entirety initially, they can act as the auditor, and to say, look, this is the
Because
chest.
he could come forward as the person to them, knowing that they wouldn't divulge anything.
That's right. Some form of
Sotheby's is known
anonymity.
for
Yeah. And then once that occurs, and the auction house is actually able to convey that to folks that would be bidding, that goes a long ways toward boosting folks' confidence that it really came from the chest itself. Yeah.
Right. And and little items. Okay, so then obviously this is a question that's been asked a million times. What item would you want the most from the chest? The bracelet, the dragon coat bracelet, the frog, just one of the coins? What do you guys want the most?
I think
Chest.
I would have been fine with not getting anything because I already got this like amazing gift pen from his own personal vault, which is where his contents of the chest came from. So in a way, I got a piece already.
Go ahead, Justin. Your turn.
The
We
olive
have
jar.
chest. We have nothing. Olive jar.
Yeah.
Olive jar.
Why wasn't I thinking about the olive jar? Of course.
Can I say the olive jar?
I was thinking dragon coat bracelet because, dang, that
That's
thing's
pretty cool.
stunning.
Yeah.
But the olive jar. And then what would you do with the olive jar? Rip that sucker open.
Eddie Bronze is like, I want to know about that damn stick.
The stick to me, it seems fairly straightforward the way I think of this, and I'm sure I'm off base here, but my thoughts on the stick are that it's a way to validate that the chest was really found, right?
Like having a newspaper and a photograph.
Yeah, exactly. You just say, hey, take a picture with a stick in it, right? And that kind of helps weed out the fakes. And also, if there was a note in the chest that said, when you find this, send me a picture with a stick in it, then that would be a very clear way of knowing that it had been found and it wasn't
that no one else would have thought to do.
Yeah.
If they were trying to fake a picture.
That stick is clearly a cottonwood stick. Like so many of us have analyzed the crap out of that, and it's really a cottonwood stick. And if you know the Indian mythology on the cottonwood stick, you would understand the meaning, a blanket of stars.
Yeah, and cottonwoods generally need a pretty consistent water source. So
river. Yeah, if you ever look from aerial photographs or you're flying through, you want to find a river and you can't see one, look for a string of cottonwoods. They just follow the river.
Yeah, kind of aspens to a certain degree are similar. And that's actually the most interesting part of the photograph to me, is that there is a deciduous leaf in that photo, I believe. And it really, to me, if I had to choose, it looks more like an aspen leaf, or it could be a cottonwood leaf as well. But if it is indeed a deciduous leaf, then if you're looking in an area that doesn't have deciduous trees, you were looking in the wrong area. And I found it interesting at the Forest Fen finale. Oh, sorry, not that picture, the original, the other picture that showed it kind of open.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that came out more.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
I'll pull that one up.
But driving from Fishing Bridge to West Yellowstone, there was only, as I recall, 3 or 4 visual occurrences of any sort of deciduous trees on that entire drive. So, within the western part of Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming, deciduous trees are not the norm. So it certainly helps narrow things down, I think.
Okay, I'll go ahead and pull up.
But who picked Fishing Bridge as the location to have the Fen finale? Was that Forrest?
That was
Cynthia.
That was Cynthia. Okay, I'm trying to find a good one.
And Amy Seeks, just so you know, Wrong Way Corrigan's just sent you an email.
Oh, okay.
Not to distract you from what you're doing at the moment.
No, I appreciate that. All right, so I've got the image. Let me go ahead and share a screen so you can tell us what you were talking about. Okay, so there's that image. Where do you want me to zoom in?
Bottom right.
On here?
Yeah. Very good. Yeah. So you see the pine cone in the very bottom right. Directly above it, there is a leaf.
This
Yeah,
one
there you
here?
go, right there. That's a dried leaf of a deciduous nature. It's clearly not a pine needle.
I mean, it looks like aspen to me.
It really does to me too. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, I have aspen all around me, and in
Yeah.
fall,
Yeah.
it's quite
Same.
the cleanup job. I see lots of those.
Yeah.
So, yeah, yeah.
It might also be a birch.
Ah,
I'm
good
not
call.
I'm not arguing the aspen at all.
But they're the same. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Birch
Yeah,
tip.
I think like, a lot of places in Wyoming, you will not see a deciduous tree in sight. So, if you're looking for a quick litmus test, curious about an area, whether or not it could even be a potential, if it doesn't have deciduous trees, it's probably not correct.
Oh my God, it's the stick. What I love is that when this was first starting to get analyzed, was everyone was like, it's a duck, because these two coins gave it these lips.
That's right.
And then, you can clearly see where the key had been resting over here. And what did everyone say was in this bag? What is this thing?
Is that the dragon bracelet, maybe? I'm not sure.
Well, we're going to know so much more soon, as far as him having to sell the chest and trying to figure out how to do it and still keep true to what Forrest had hoped. So I wonder, oh my gosh, to be a fly on the wall on the conversation they had. He says he went to his house in the article. Is that correct? Like it wasn't just in the lawyer's office? I think in the article he says something like that. Oh, we're getting lots of Amy Seeks. Okay, sorry. Okay, Moby Hubers. There we go. I showed the picture of the stick. I'm going to tell what the stick is after you bring up the pic. Oh, okay. See the stick? That is the stick with it. I don't know what that means. Following at Justin Posey's thought process, if he's correct, where would that narrow down the area into Wyoming? Oh, right. So you were talking about that as far as, a water source. Now, I do have to say, where I live in Colorado, we have aspens everywhere.
Yeah, I think, in parts of Colorado, there's a lot of water tables that are fairly close to the surface that support the growth of aspens. But, if you look, especially in Yellowstone, like if you're looking at groves of aspens, generally the area around it is damper than the surrounding area.
It is. It's a part of their they're actually fire retardant as well.
Yeah, actually, I was kind of surprised when they do catch fire. It's like kerosene, though. I mean,
if
burn
they get going
really
far
hot
enough.
and
Well, the
fast.
birch are like birch bark is actually something I carry around with me as survival gear because it's that. But yeah, birch bark for sure. That stuff is awesome when you're making a campfire out in the middle of nowhere. You just pull out your birch bark and it's like, I'm just going to shred this off and look all cool like a mountain man. And it makes it go in. But yeah, aspen as well. If it gets hot enough, it's like
burns hot and fast.
Because right from my house on that ridge right over there, there were aspen and pine, and that's when I evacuated. So I got to see up close and personal how aspen do in fires. But yeah, so I think the color of the leaf also. Well, what can we determine from timing wise? Like obviously detritus can be on the ground for years and still look like that and not decay. So it doesn't really tell us much as far as did he really find it June 4th or 5th or whatever it was. So that's one thing I'll be curious about. Do we think he is, we know more is coming out. Do we think he's book, movie, just selling the chest? Not, is he going to stay anonymous for the rest of his life? Oh, check my email. Okay.
I think he'll stay anonymous until he offloads the chest. Yeah.
So Candy sent me an entire article on cottonwood trees and the stars, which we know.
A myth of cottonwood trees for Native Americans. That is why you guys should read it.
Okay. It's kind of long. Which part should I read?
You could read like the first half and I'll get the story across.
Okay, all right. All things come from, I have to make this bigger, my old eyes. All things come from Mother Earth. Stars are no exception. They form secretly in the earth and then drift along just under the surface until they find the roots of the magical cottonwood tree. They enter the roots and slowly work their way up the tree. Finally, they come to rest in the small twigs at the end of the branches. Should I pull up the twig as I'm reading it?
Sure.
Pull up the twig. There we go. I mean, that way people can compare it. Finally, come to rest in small twigs at the end of the branches. Here they wait patiently until they are needed. Then, when the spirit of the night sky decides she needs more beautiful stars to light up the heavens, she calls on the wind spirit to help her. The spirit of the wind sends his blustery gust in all directions. Soon, the wind takes the magical cottonwood trees so hard that the twigs begin to break off. Then, as each twig breaks away, the stars are released. And even more escape when the twigs break again as they hit the ground. Now new stars race up into the night sky, where each one is carefully put into a special place. Now, when the spirit of the night sky has enough new stars, she tells the wind spirit to stop, and the wind settles down to a gentle night breeze. Of course, the spirit of the night sky wants to thank the wind spirit for his help, so she asks as all the new stars to twinkle brightly for him. This way, the wind spirit can see where all the new stars he helped escape have been placed.
So basically, it's saying if you want to release a new star, you crack one of the cottonwood trees and you're under a canopy of stars.
So the asterisk, the star, all tying in. So when he says, so in the article, obviously he says not now, and I'm going to pull that up because I want to make sure I get this correct. When he says, what is it? No, not that one. When he's talking about what he's going to tell. What are the words he uses?
It's at the very bottom. It's the last word.
Oh, okay. Are you sure it was the last word? There was a section where he says, no, not that one. And he says it, let me look for it.
Yeah, it's not at the complete bottom, but it's fairly close.
Let's see, I'll do a word search. Which word should I look for?
Not that.
That. Oops.
There it is.
Yeah,
there we go. Okay. So this is where he quotes what we said earlier in $17 a square inch. This is being paraphrased. You will see now. So I'm confused. I didn't see in page 92, which he's talking about, up further. I didn't see. I mean, it seemed like he really was paraphrasing. So he says, as for the legacy of Forrest Chase, I suppose it is in many ways in my hands, as wrong as that feels. To be honest, I'm not sure what to do. Whatever, making plans is antagonistic to freedom. You will see. I'll be back to answer some questions in any case. But no, not that one.
I think what's important here is that he recognizes that a certain portion of the legacy is up to him. It's his responsibility. And it's nice to see someone that is at least recognizing that.
So then what is the not that one? Is it the solution?
I think so, yeah. Pretty much where was it at? Mm-hmm.
I have to go. I have to go now. I don't know if I can handle that. Especially after, the email I got from Forrest that, said eventually everything is going to come out. Oh. Does anyone else have any interpretations other than that? Oh my Lord. Put a link up. A link up for what? Oh, a link in the chat for this. I let me know, Lisa Smith. So is old man beard. I don't know what you mean there. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't know if I can handle that. I don't know if I can handle it. The solution never coming out. And oh my gosh, I mean, Forrest spent 15 years creating this puzzle. How can, and for that to never be known, that 15 years of hard work?
Here's the thing, it's doable. We now know it's doable. We now know that it's one of 4 states, which we didn't know prior. I mean,
But
if we
without
all
the chest there, how do we verify?
That's the crux of it, is the verification, and that's why I'm promoting that the Finder leaves something there so that folks can recognize that they've found the correct location.
We'll petition the Finder.
I'll second that
Please.
motion, Justin.
Please leave something there that we will know is for sure from you, the Finder.
Pretty much.
Oh my
Look for
gosh.
double blazes.
Oh man. What would it have to be for it to be clear that it was from the Finder? Would it have to be from the chest? Right?
I think that depends on the searcher. For some searchers, they're just like, anything, just tell me what it is so that I can have some base level of confidence. And for the other folks that are a bit more skeptical, it would probably be a harder sell. So you'd probably have to have something maybe from the
could
chest
place
itself.
something out there.
Yeah, that's the thing about it is, one way that you could structure it is similar to how I think the stick was done, where you say, I've left something there. And when you find that something, send me an email with a picture of it, and I'll tell you whether or not you found the correct location.
Right. Oh shoot. Gosh, this is killing me. I don't know if I can live in a world where we don't know the solution. I seriously don't know if I can survive that.
I would love to know what's on the edge of those mirrors. I have not scanned in, but it looks like there's almost something.
Let us, is that all I can zoom in? Looks like a little imprint there, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's
Little
really
decorative.
interesting.
That. So the big questions here then are, what's the Finder going to do next? Is he going to do anything, like how, what was Forrest Fenn's intent for the chest? Oh, look at that. Okay, hold on. I'm closing more windows. Be right back.
The ghosts are out to play.
Yeah, those imprints on the edge there. At first, I thought it was almost Braille, but now that she zoomed in, I don't think it is. I don't know what that is.
What do you make of that? Like a calendar? I don't remember the origin of the mirrors. Do you?
I don't recall. I mean, I want to say that's just more like decorative print on it.
Decorative? Okay.
It's hard to say with certainty. Yeah.
Wait, what are you guys looking at?
Looks pretty ancient. Sorry.
Yours?
What are these things right here? Anyone know?
The jade figurines, maybe?
Ooh.
Just a guess.
Yeah, I could see that. Oopsie.
Where did you guys see the mirrors?
Oh, right here. In the corner. See that right there? Those are those gold mirrors. And then of course, the little froggy. This is
I
the
call
necklace.
that Capro's frog.
I was
I know
literally
how bad she wants that.
And
The gold. Look at the size of those gold nuggets. So what are these gold coins here? Gold dust and then more gold coins?
Yep. Mhm.
It's funny how so much of this wasn't in like the original picture.
And look at the nugget on the edge of that picture. Look at how big that is compared to the bracelet.
Yeah, it almost looks like that's embedded with a bit of quartz. And one of the other photos we
Yeah.
were just looking at, you can see some duller areas of the ore there. It almost looks like it's golden quartz. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that must be the goose egg
Dragon
one,
bracelet,
right?
like wrapped in.
So yeah, this was the thing the dragon bracelet was wrapped in, as seen lower down.
But is that like parchment? Like what the heck is that?
I think it's cloth that turned color. I don't know. What do you guys
The
think?
caption has a description about it, I believe.
Yeah, it's cloth that just transferred some rust from some of the rusted items in the chest.
Okay, let's zoom in on there. Drying off after a decade in the elements, the Ziploc bags were full of condensation, and these two items were together in one. Why did I put the scissors in there? Forrest asked me when he saw them. I didn't know, of course. I figured they belonged to King Tut or something like that. Nope, just a pair of scissors.
He left them in there by mistake.
You left it in there so you could fend off any attackers when you find the treasure.
Right. At some point before he secreted the chest, a simple pair of metal scissors made their way in there without him noticing. I got the sense that even after many years of preparation, the final audacious decision to actually chest. Oops, there we go. Oh my goodness. I should rewrite Dale. There we go. Welcome, Cynthia. We have a surprise guest, everyone.
So she finally gets to make a
Hey, Cynthia. Oh, her audio's still connecting.
There we go. Should I, Cynthia, do you want me
Cynthia.
to re-invite Dale? Or just wait for tonight?
Oh, you can invite Dale, I guess.
Well, I had invited him before, but then it was kind of crazy. And I'm like, never mind, it's okay. We'll see you tonight.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if we were still doing tonight.
Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. They are very excited for you sharing the stuff. So we'll
But who gives a fuck anymore? Right? I mean, it's so insignificant. Who cares? I haven't
What I
even
like about you, Cynthia, you don't mince words.
It's like, man, I've been on the phone with people, and I did a media thing.
Yeah,
Zoom
how
that was
did
already
you go?
scheduled. So I mean, it's just like it just seems so insignificant. My doodle.
Wait, what was your reaction when you read the article I sent you?
I was I had already read it, but yeah, I was ecstatic. I was probably the happiest person on the planet when I read there was a finder.
Cynthia brings the party.
Because
the party.
That gives us new hope. To me, that gave me all new hope of finding more information.
And it took the spotlight off of you.
I don't think the spotlight was really on me, but no, I love it because I think there's hope now that we'll get more info.
Yeah, that's 100%. We were going to through as well. Although we were just talking about how when the finder says, here, I'll share screen again. When the finder says, no, not that, let's go search. So as the legacy of Forest Chase, I suppose it is in many ways in my hands. As wrong as that feels, to be honest, I'm not sure what to do. Whatever, making plans is antagonistic to freedom. You will see. I'll be back to answer some questions in any case, but no, not that one. So I want to interpret it some other way, but I'm interpreting it as not knowing what the solution is. What is your interpretation, Cynthia?
Oh, my interpretation was that he just won't release the location where the chest was. I mean, I don't know.
Would lead to that, right?
Well, I guess it probably. I don't know. I'm just hoping. I mean, I'm so hungry for any information that I wish I could talk now about the information I do have. And now it's like, man, should I even give that information out? Because now that there's a finder, maybe he doesn't want
Well,
me to share that.
if you had come on at like 2 o'clock or 3 or whatever, then I'd say yes. But I mean, with only this amount of time we have before AGK goes on, people are going to be like, don't go off the air. Right?
Yeah, if it's what I think it is, and I don't personally see much harm in mentioning that, but that's just my 2 cents.
Well, does Amy want me to say it now then?
Well, no. So I want to wait because I know people are going to want to discuss it.
Okay.
We have to go off the air at 7 for AGK.
Okay.
And I want AGK to have their show. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
I don't want it to be something where people are just waiting until after AGK is over to discuss it more.
Okay.
You know, and I know that's silly, but if I were a YouTuber, I'd appreciate that. I'd be like, yeah, if you could like wait till after.
Sure.
But like if you had come on at, like I say, if you had come on at 4 or something where we had plenty of time to talk about that stuff, then that'd be great. We could all talk about, but yeah, I would say let's just wait so that, especially now with this new information released about the finder, and him talking to us, I think in that light, there might be a lot more discussion about that puzzle piece than there even might be about the doodles. So yeah.
Okay.
So, but just so you guys know, it's not a tease. It's not huge. It's not a huge big deal. It's just you guys are probably going to want to discuss it a little bit more. That's all it is. Don't worry about it. It's not much. Tamping it down. Not a big deal. Just got to wait till after AGK. It's all good. I don't want to be that. I didn't even want to talk about it because I didn't want to promote my channel using that information because I don't want to. Yeah, gross. I'm not promoting my channel via that.
We won't hold it against you.
Okay. We're going to give you the information, and then we're going to have plenty of time to discuss it as much as you guys want to. And then we'll move on to the doodles as well, which are new. And I've actually people have been sending me doodles. So doodle. And it was Dale actually who coined the phrase doodle mania. So I thought that was fun. So you guys might find the doodles more interesting than anything else. I don't know. But that way AGK can go on at 7. They can focus on everything that they're going to do. And we'll take a nap. And
Carter's back in the building.
We're going to drink. We're going to recover. And then we'll go on after AGK. I'm guessing AGK, they always have some really impressive analysis of all this stuff. Plus, they have all the stuff they're doing on their show, independent of the latest information. But who knows? Maybe people are going to be so hungry for that information. They're just, maybe they'll just focus on that. I don't know. But either way, you guys have a place to chat until way into the night.
Let's see what Connor has to say.
Connor.
So Amy, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Huli.
So Minotaur Moreno asked if Cynthia was gonna actually pursue the Closet Stories of Taos.
Oh, that's right.
And great to see you, Cynthia. You've never seen me on video, but it's wonderful to see you live.
Nice to see your forehead, because that's about all I can see.
Perfect.
Like Gilroy.
I don't know if I'm going to pursue more of the Closet Stories or not. I've been thinking about it before today. I don't know, maybe let's see. I want to see now what happens to the finder. Let's hope the finder is the newsworthy person, at least for the next couple weeks. And then once this all dies down and we're bored to tears and we just want to hear Forrest talk, then maybe.
So are you not doing it because you don't think there's going to be interest?
Yes, that is correct. I can't, yeah. So the good thing about it is you get to hear Forrest talk, which, and it's new stories that he hasn't told before. But it's like, gosh, it's so unexciting compared to today.
I think it's awesome. Candy just played a quick clip of his voice, and all of us were just like, Oh, it was just nice to hear again. I think there'd be huge interest.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if there's feedback that there's interest, I would do it. It's actually really time consuming, especially now that I don't live in Albuquerque. So if I want to shoot any more footage, which I don't mind going to Santa Fe or traveling. I mean, that's basically all I do is drive my truck. So I don't mind doing that if there's interest.
Right. Well, everyone go ahead. We actually said this earlier in the Zoom. Everyone go ahead over to that video that Cynthia made about Closet Stories of Taos and tell her how much you want to hear more.
Well, that's actually why I joined back in, because Cynthia, you're like must see YouTube TV. So, I mean, there's interest.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, that's nice to know.
I'll second that or third that, whatever number I'm in line for.
Yeah,
I don't think I was
everyone
first.
excited.
That'll give me something to do, towards the end of October or whatever, once there's less going on.
Right.
You're supposed to be
right.
partying with me in October, Cynthia.
I'm sorry.
So you're supposed to be partying with me in October.
Oh, hell, after this morning, that's been changed. No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
So tonight, just so you guys know, Cynthia.
There should be a party in Vegas for Halloween, but I don't know. The worst thing is with the pandemic, Candy, we really don't know what's going to happen this year for Halloween, so it could be a real dud.
It makes me sad.
I
know, because Halloween's the best. You get to dress up as whoever you want.
I'm going to dress up as the Finder.
So Cynthia, what would make the Finder newsworthy? You said, I hope they're newsworthy for the next several weeks. I'm curious what you mean by that.
Well, I was hoping that they were going to release more information, but Amy just put a damper on that. No.
Wait, what?
Just tell us where warm waters hold.
Oh, you mean the solution, if they give us the solution?
Oh my gosh. Wouldn't it be cool if they would release the WW8? So, and then make us figure out the rest of the clues. I mean,
something to get us started.
And them giving us solution, because I still want to go through. I mean, I still want to go try to solve the poem. So I would like that.
Me too.
We had this conversation without you, and I agree. I want to go boots on the ground. I've never had my toes in the boiling river or Madison, but I think it would be cool if they told us how they did it, if there's a particular method or
methodology
theory, and then eventually they got to. I feel like where warm water's hold is way too close for them to give us that much information. But if they want to do that, that's great too. I'm sure other people want that.
Was the consensus, and I'm sorry because I missed everything up, and I mean I was doing other stuff. So, do a lot of people, would they like to still try to solve the poem if they just had like the starting point or the method?
Yes.
Just the method.
I think like instead of having the starting point, just having some sort of item at the final location to give you some confidence when you got there. I suspect that if folks really knew the starting point with certainty, they could track down
no computer image.
The place pretty quickly.
Oh, see?
Sorry, I had to mute you, Candy. We were here. You can unmute yourself at any time. Yeah, so what Justin is talking about is that if we were asking certain questions, because this is all new to us as far as, yes, there definitely is a Finder. Yes, this is definitely so. This is, more information has come out. If the Finder left something definitive at the location that was clearly, made it the spot, would you keep searching to find that spot? And most of us said yes.
Yes. Yep. And I'm going to partner with Justin to find it. I want to ride in his big badass truck.
I've heard about this truck. Justin, would you do that to my LR4? Would you trick out my LR4?
It used to be all about Justin's dog. Forget the dog.
I'll have the dog. I'll take seconds if that's what that is.
You could drive the truck anytime. It's all good.
I heard stories about this infamous truck. It sounded
Are you serious?
pretty.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
You know what, Amy?
I want a winch.
When you see this truck, you will assume Justin is the one that found the treasure.
I still
Jack,
think
You know,
once.
it was my
Jack,
first
Jack-
automotive project. Okay, I just, I might have gone a little overboard. That's all.
Fact check wants to know if it's black.
Ooh,
It's
what color?
black and silver. Yeah.
The other thing we were talking about, which is completely frivolous but fun, is who would play the Finder in a movie. And we have Justin says,
Tobey Maguire.
and we also have a Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh, yeah.
So,
someone also said in chat Nicholas Hoult, who played young JD Salinger in the movie.
there you go. So, right. So before I had to try and block out the light here that's going crazy, the main questions from this article, Cynthia, what are your opinions as far as like the main big deal things that came out of this article?
To me, he really sounded like a searcher, and not. I mean, I guess there's still people saying that this is bullshit, right? Am I allowed to cuss on your show, Amy? Well, then
Yes.
not good. So
I'm losing out in millions, but for you, Cynthia.
So this was the first story that I read that actually sounded like something that I would write. Only this was written a lot better than I probably could have said the words. But it just seemed to me it was written by someone that actually put in the boots on the ground and the time into this. Versus, I think there's a rumor going out there, and you guys probably already discussed it, that Doug Preston wrote the story, or wrote that story. Like the family hired Doug Preston to write the story.
Is that the latest rumor?
Yeah, I actually have emails from some people saying the story is bogus, don't you think? And it's like, no, I think it's a real story. I don't find it bogus at all. But I mean, I don't really know.
Right.
But to me, the family. So let's say the family said, "Doug, we want you to write a story." This story to me is written with a searcher's mentality and the putting the time and the boots on the ground in and being real frustrated and going out again. To me,
Crying.
Searcher that wrote it, but hell, I don't know.
Right. That's my best guess too. Occam's razor.
Oh,
What
I
else?
have to go for a second. Doug Preston is calling me. I'll be back.
Is Preston calling her? He's probably
I have to go. Eric Sloan is calling me. I'll be right back.
I'll be back. I'm getting a phone call from who's left.
Oh
Who's
God.
left? Who is it? The Finder. The Finder.
Your spare bedroom away.
Finder's been a fan of my show for a while, so we're good buds.
Not gonna brag or anything.
I forgot he was there.
I'm a very forgetful person in the chase.
Cynthia slipped up on
Now
something.
don't be mean to Connor.
I'm so forgetful. Nobody remembers my real name. Is that Jerry Posey? No, we all know it's Justin.
Oh, my favorite rumor now, you guys, all over Facebook, they're saying the Finder's the female.
I like it.
So my question before I wanted to get Cynthia's take, I'll show up for later. I have a reprieve from my wife for tonight, so I can be on later. I've been away for 6 months due to.
So with new news coming out, she's
all of
allowing
that.
you.
Well, I don't know if it's really like.
She's saying, "Yeah, go for it. Yeah, take
Yeah,
the
it's
time."
like once every 6 months. You know what I mean?
Wild.
I could make
but-
so many jokes right now.
Yeah. Well, no, that's. Thank you.
Did she write the permission slip as Connor? Or...
So, dang it.
So sorry.
Everybody's favorite butt of the Forrest Fenn treasure hunt jokes.
Hey, Amy, Copper Dan is calling. I don't know if he wants into the room or not, but he's calling.
What do you mean?
100 invites.
So
do you
I
mean
would
he's
I would
calling?
be interested to know if Justin and Cynthia and everybody would like put together, would spend an hour a week or something and try to hone in on the search site, like, or on the finding site, like put everybody's brain power and everybody open up there if they wanted to, like their search and their ideas. Could we figure it out as a group?
Right,
Not
the
necessarily
groupthink.
make it public until we find it, but just, just say, hey, like, here's what I'm thinking, here's what I saw. I mean, I don't know. Put that out there.
A lot of people
cool.
have thought about that, the potential groupthink involved. And the biggest problem with that, of course, is that everyone still believes in their solution, right? Which is just a theory. And so letting go of that, it's like it's like we need a third party who's never even heard of the Forrest Fenn chase to take all the information that everybody has and see the stuff that's the most relevant. Otherwise,
That's what I'm offering. I'm thousands of miles away, and I don't like, I'm not sold on any one solve.
Me too, Carter.
I don't really, that I'm just interested to know. Everybody's so much more emotionally attached to this than I am, because you went out on boots on the ground a ton. I thought it was really interesting. It was a neat, book, etc. And it was something for me to pass the time in my life. And then I met a whole bunch of really neat people randomly on YouTube because I got inspired by Mike for making his little coffee with cow, like 3 years ago. So
yes.
yeah, so that was really
Mike
my
Calazars is
only
old school into it.
It was old school. When I was in Boston, I was in this little postage stamp of an apartment, and it was
Postmarks.
cold, and it was and so that was kind of really intimate and enjoyable for me. And then everything kind of blew up, as I think Davio or somebody said a few hours ago. And so I'd be interested to just know. I mean, I get that people are still married to their solves, but if we believe it's found, and I do believe it's found, and I believe it's legit, whether or not I believe that the finder is that good of a writer or not, I mean.
Oh, that's right. You were initially, you were like, that is nothing. That's right.
I just come across maybe a little rougher than maybe some people. I don't mean it in any way that disparaging or whatever.
Well, this
All
is
due
why
respect.
I think we need to learn how to completely disagree, argue fervently, and then go have a beer together. That's so important. We've lost that ability to be like, no, and then be like, oh, well, so anyway, how's the wife? It's like,
Exactly. Well, that's
move
actually
on.
that'll be some of my new videos coming out in a few months when I revamp the channel, but I got to finish grading all of these college kids down.
And Carter, Delphi Yeager said that's part of what your videos were so helpful for me, focus and objectivity. So you definitely brought that to the table, even though you weren't boots on the ground. You definitely brought a new focus to the chase.
Oh.
And I agree. I'll second that.
There you go.
I
So
concur.
Really?
Absolutely.
No way.
I
When
mean,
I
look,
sent Fenn
all I
your
can tell you is where it's
videos,
not.
he said you were smart.
Not
That's
my
true.
live.
Justin is an expert at that.
I was gonna say not my live videos. My live videos maybe were a little more emotional and less objective, but my
Emotion of a glass.
Never drink and go live.
I only drink and go live. I think it's.
Do you get vodka?
I think it's really interesting to hear, Cynthia, Justin, any of you that went boots on the ground, and then whatever you would share, I really valued, because I was so far away from being, from the Rockies, and then, trying to balance life and marriage and whatever else. And then I want to get out, and try to get boots on the ground and have that experience. So any of that really sort of kind of like a godsend for me. Uh-oh, there was some emails. Was screenshot that.
You can see all the people.
But it was really enjoyable anytime I got to hear experiences and your research, and then what you found personally, boots on the ground, because I was not able to do that. So if that was ever something that searchers would like to join in and do, one day, I would love to be a part of that, just to be a fly on the wall. If we need an objective voice, I could try to be that. I'm probably not the best one, but I would. It's neat to, still be a part of this 6 months after I made my last video.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can get completely obsessed. Okay, so I have a question for Justin. How come you never, so like you kind of came out of the woodwork as far as most of us knew, as this searcher who knows where the treasure is not, right? What made you finally come out of the woodwork? So the first time I met you was the Vegas meetup, and you invited us to come up to one of the fun little places up at the MGM, right? The MGM?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And all I kept saying was, why are you so crazy to invite us in? I'm just like, that's so brave. You're so brave. What made you finally kind of come out of the woodwork and say, okay, I want to meet you guys?
Well, for several years, I had been nothing more than a lurker. I mean, I had contributed every now and then. At some point, I had wrote something on Dale's site back in like 2013, 2014.
Oh, right. Yes, right.
Yeah, and that was actually right outside of Cody. How funny. Uh, anyhow, yeah, I guess I didn't really feel like I had much to contribute to the community, and but I guess I kind of expected that everybody was doing what I was doing, and after years of searching, I realized that, gosh, I'm actually searching a lot more than a lot of other people. So maybe folks would find that of interest. I can tell people where the chest isn't. That's for sure. So yeah,
That's
kind of go big or
helpful.
go home thing. And in Vegas, I said, well, I got to meet these folks somehow. So I invited you guys over. So thanks for coming.
It was so much fun. It was quite
It
the thrill
was.
for us.
Yeah,
And
it
you
was a lot of
guys, it
fun.
was so funny. I was actually talking to, I believe it's Jennifer. Jennifer, do I have the name right?
Jenny?
Or maybe, sorry, or I should say, I don't know. I was talking to someone that you know. And anyway, well, I was just saying how I'm like, look at how he lights up when he's talking treasure with other people. I'm like,
Oh,
look at just this beam, you're just like a kid in a candy store. And it was
wow,
the
it's a
sweetest
passion.
thing. It was. You were talking with Cynthia, and you guys were just like, oh, it just made me so happy, because it was the essence of what the thrill of the chase was in its purest, happiest form, was people coming together and being like, oh my God, this, oh my God, this. And that's why we have these Zoom parties, right? It's because of those moments of us, even in chat. It's like, hello, chat, we see you, ask us questions. And yeah, and now we're like, okay, is the solution coming out? We have so much more information now. And who was it who was saying how most people didn't believe we were going to get any other information?
That's true. That was such an uncanny meetup because, like, I was talking, I don't recall who I was talking to. Maybe it was you at that meetup, and Cynthia was like across the room. And I started talking about that solution that I posted back in 2013 or whenever it was. And like I saw her perk up, and then she's like, "You're the guy that wrote that Journey to the Light?" I said, "Yeah, that was
Yes.
me." She says, "Oh my gosh, I thought you'd be older." I said, "Wow, I'm not sure how to take that. But she was super excited about that solution, and I hadn't thought about it in, like, I don't know, at least a couple of years. So it was just cool how it worked out, just uncanny.
And you guys partnered up for a little bit too, right?
I mean, we didn't do any searches. Actually, no, we didn't do any searches together, but we certainly had a lot of discussions. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah,
It would have been
that
cool
is
to partner up, though. That's one of the things I regret in the chase is that, I spent a lot of time searching solo or with my dog. Every now and then, friends and family could come along, but it was mostly just me and the dog. And in retrospect, it would have been cool to have more of like a search party, and gone with other, avid hardcore searchers. That would have been pretty awesome.
Justin, if you ever find your way to North Carolina and you have your dog, I will provide you housing and like grilled meats and whatever you would like to drink. But I would love to have a smell off between your dog and my dog. We go
Are you
hide
gonna bury
something in the woods.
Bronze?
Oh yeah, we would totally. Well, I don't know if what anyway. We would have to figure out what it would be, but it would just for shiggles, as we call it.
I'm sure I can speak on my dog's behalf. I think you're on. That'd be awesome. And likewise, if you ever end up here, either in Montana or Texas, because I kind of toggle between the two.
You're in
meet
Austin,
me
right?
out.
Or one part of Austin?
Yeah, I mean,
Near?
right now I'm in Montana, but
Okay.
fixing to head back to Austin for the winter. So
Well, we're heading to San Antonio in like a month.
Let's see, there you go. Stop on by, give me a shout.
We
Cynthia
won't have
and
the
I
dog.
The dog.
That's cool.
Okay, I'll pit your 2 dogs against my little one.
Amy, my dog will go well with yours. She's treat driven. She doesn't give a hoot about gold or medal.
That would be mine. Oh my Lord. Yeah, Cynthia and I are totally going to just crash Justin's party at that cabin at some point. We're just gonna show up. We're like,
it's a standing
I think
invite, seriously.
this is it. We're like, this is it. That's right. He's gonna be like, damn it, I should never have said anything.
Yeah, I was telling Angelina earlier that I see more bears and trout than I do people these days. So, company every now and then would probably be good.
You don't want to become one of those crazy searchers where you just start losing it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, the dog hasn't started talking back yet, so that's good news. That's my cue to get out of here.
Is that your key?
Yeah.
Justin, Waveseeker. Oh,
Go
sorry. Go
ahead.
ahead, Amy.
No, Lily, it's all you.
So Waveseeker asked, "Are you in software?"
Oh, yes. Yep.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Waveseeker.
Sorry, Amy.
Oh, I'm just hanging out at this point. So I'll share the screen again because I know you wouldn't believe. So on the watching now, it's going up and down a lot. So I think a lot of people are like finding out about this article. And so I'm going to pull this up so that people, anyone new can see what we're talking about. And AGK is going to be coming on in less than a half hour. So we'll be getting off at that point, and AGK will be coming on. And then I'll be coming back on live after AGK is done with Dale and Cynthia. And there's some other info that Justin believes he already knows. How do you think you know, Justin?
I'm not sure. Actually, now that she started talking about it more, I actually think it's a totally different subject. But I could be mistaken. I might sync with Cynthia offline and see. I don't know if it's something that's been shared or not, so I'm reticent to.
It has not been shared. I can tell you that.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll ask her. We'll see.
It was something that so a little impromptu right now about the information that Cynthia is going to be sharing with us tonight after AGK. It's a little bit along the lines of the email that I released on my last show. Ethically, it's not something that. So I had asked Forrest if I could share that email, and he said, please don't. And so ethically, I really couldn't until I'm gonna cry. Until recently, where we thought ethically it was okay to. Dang it! Nope. Until we thought ethically it was okay to, it's like okay to share this, and the information she's sharing is a little bit along those lines as far as it's a component of the mechanics of how the chase went. It has nothing to do with the place it was at or anything like that. Nothing groundbreaking, but it's a little piece to the puzzle, and it's it's going to feel like we're scratching a little itch and filling in a little piece to the 1,000-piece puzzle. And ethically, it was something that sharing beforehand was, but at this point, it's like, yeah, I think we can do that. So that's basically what it is. It's the same thing with the doodles. The doodles were like, one of the doodles is from our Artie book, where ethically it was like, that's not something I really should share right now. And now it's kind of like, okay. And so those are the things that we're now able to bring up. We're no longer between an ethical rock and a hard place, because you want the community to have this information, but at the same time, you're like, if I'm respecting the person who gave me the information, I can't, right? So like, there's tons of people who sent me their theories on the thrill of the chase, and asked me not to share. Well, I'm not going to share, right? Ethically, I can't, and so it's that same kind of position.
Yeah, it sounds like the same thing I'm thinking of. And she told me it's okay for me to tell the people, but I thought it'd be best coming from her. So I wanted to hold
how
off,
you feel.
Yeah.
Right. It's like that's not my place. It's not my place, and that's why I'm not even bringing it up right now, because because I know you guys want to talk about it. Oh, we're getting chat stuff. I'm so heartbroken that I'll never get the first edition TTOTC Educating Artie book or BIP. I know, but you never know, Indy. And I'll ask you to unmute. I only muted you, Candy, because we were getting background noise. We were hearing your conversation, which I thought was wrong.
Sorry, it was my boyfriend. He was like, "Can they see you?" I'm like, "No." Are you sure? No.
We can hear you.
Oh,
Sorry, I
Cynthia's
thought I
coming
was
back.
muted.
There we go. So yeah, and since we didn't have a lot of time to talk about it, I'm like, let's wait till after AGK. AGK will have their thing going on, and then we'll have all the time in the world. Go as late as you want, and we'll bring it all up. So
My
how's
boyfriend brought me
Preston and the
alcohol.
family? That was so cryptic, Cynthia. You're killing us.
Where'd she
Sorry.
go?
Hey, Cynthia, is what you're planning to divulge, is that similar to what we discussed prior?
Did you tell Justin the info, the little negative info?
I tell Justin everything. I'm assuming I did.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. I unfortunately am not someone who's in the know. I recently found out. But honestly, there is a part of me that like I was friends with Forrest, but I wasn't a tuber. I wasn't, I was not in the know for information. I just wasn't. I didn't get emailed that the chest had been found. I didn't get emailed that it was in Wyoming. That was not the type of friendship we had. It was more like, how's the family, all that kind of stuff, right? And so part of me was like, oh, I wish I was in the know, right? And the other part is like, oh, thank God I'm not in the know. Because there's this, then you're someone who's in the know, and ethically you're like, do I share? What do I share? What do I get the information? What do I do? Oh my God. And that's why I was, that's why I was in such an ethical quandary about that email, is because I'm like, this is information I think the community would like to have. Forrest asked me not to share it. Pooper diddles.
Oh my God.
What do I do now? Right. So anyway, but we got about 15 more minutes before AGK comes on. Cynthia, is there anything you wanted to say before that, as far as what you want to talk about on the show later after AGK?
No, but I want to address what you just said about you're not one of the searchers that was in the know. The only reason I think maybe I got some information that obviously was not helpful enough.
Yeah.
I'm not the finder.
She didn't find it, people.
No, all I can say is I had the advantage of living within an hour of Forrest, and I'm retired. I have no life. I could just on a whim drive to his home. So it was just easy. It's not always that it was an email. We'd just be talking. And the thing that we're going to talk about later tonight, he only talked about it because I was sitting there with him. So,
it's circumstance. It's circumstance. Yeah. Plus the fact that who Cynthia is. So if you guys aren't familiar with who Cynthia is on a personal level, she is not in, she's laughing. No, I'm not going to say all that stuff.
Wait. How much have you had to drink?
Everybody knows who Cynthia is.
Cynthia, did you ever have an alter ego name?
No, I did not.
That's super cool.
Cynthia was.
I'm not going to say anything that I don't care that people know it's me. My blog and everything, it's like I'm not doing anything I was going to say illegal. I guess in Yellowstone, I went places I wasn't supposed to go. But no, I wasn't doing anything that I was ashamed of or
well, that's what I'm trying to say.
The only thing I ever did that embarrassed my parents was probably my picture at Ojo Caliente. And even when they stumbled upon that, that was a very brief statement from my father.
Wait, your parents saw it?
That was a very brief statement from my father, and I was so shocked I didn't even have a response because I didn't know they saw it. So, but anything else, I'm not going to do anything that I have to hide behind another name.
Exactly.
Cynthia, Nick sent me that picture yesterday, and I about fell in my chair.
What?
The Ojo Caliente?
Yeah.
That's how you were born.
That kind of epitomizes the fact that Cynthia has nothing to hide. So what I'm trying to say here is that
is correct.
Yes, if you do not know her, there is nothing about her that is deceptive, devious. That's why I love her so much, is because she's there as herself. This is what you got. It's me. Nothing else
See
is
is
going
what
on.
you get.
Yeah, no
How much do
manipulation.
I owe you, Amy?
No,
How much do that cost for
checks
saying
in the mail, right? Checks in the mail. But I mean, that's what I'm serious. There's no manipulation. There's no plan. There's no conniving. There's no glory. She's not in it for the glory. She's not in it for the attention.
She
None
will
of
put
those
purple
things are
flowers
present.
in your beer, though.
Wait, what?
I said she'll put purple flowers in your beer, though.
Oh, see, I did that. A morning glory, I think it was, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that. Anyway, but that's what I'm trying to say as far as Cynthia is concerned. You know, there's a few people in this chase that I think very highly of because they are of that caliber as far as, you know, no bullshit. There's no bullshit going on. There's like fun bullshit, you know, like, oh, I'm the finder, you know, like that stuff. But if you know Cynthia, you're just laughing your butt off because you're like, she's so not. Like, no offense, Cynthia, but
that's okay.
If she had been, the chase would have gone differently. As far as the ending is concerned, I think. So yeah, so that's just a little FYI. If you do not know Cynthia personally, if you didn't get to meet up with her at a meetup, that's who she is. It's right there. That's what you got.
And did you announce how the next get together, Fenbury, is at your house, Amy?
Well, yeah.
Did you remember to mention that?
And we're going to read all these books. It's going to be fun. I think people would just want to come over for my bar that's over there that I keep pulling stuff out of.
I want to come over for your tea collection.
Oh, that's right. My tea drawer. I will somehow like post a picture of my tea drawer or something on my Facebook page.
You and Justin, Battle of the Tea Drawers.
Be like, whoo, is that an
I thought Candy said teats.
Oh.
And it's like, yeah, I'll be right there. Anyway, moving on.
A whole drawer full.
Exactly.
The tea drawers.
And I haven't even been drinking yet. Wait till the night, Amy.
Yeah, where the hell's your drink? Where's your drink, Cynthia?
I have water. I've done nothing but talk for about 6 or 7 hours, it seems like.
Okay, so how many people have you had to like correspond with during this day of craziness?
I don't know. A lot. I mean, phone calls and phone calls that I didn't even answer because it's like I'm on the phone. But it wasn't just random. It was the people I'm close to. So
okay, definitely K-Pro.
Right.
Well, Dale. I talked to Dale.
Okay.
So, Cynthia, what's your opinion on the finder now that you've read the article?
He's obviously a lot smarter than I was. I don't know, Justin. Should we find him and beat the shit out of him? I don't know.
Well, the trick would be to find him. The guy's pretty good at being anonymous.
Yeah, if that story is real, then I am just happy for the guy. I am happy for this person. If that story was really written by the finder and not Doug Preston or Stephen King or somebody, then I'm happy. I'm thrilled for him. And I hope that he will share more with the community as this calms down a little bit. Today, my God, this is just wild.
Do you think, based off of the story, do you think he will, like, what will he share and when? Are we talking weeks now? Are we talking months?
I don't know. I have no idea.
So what do you think he has left to share?
Everything.
Everything.
I mean, so if he doesn't, I understand that he's not going to share the location. If it's far enough away, so what if WWH is 10 or 15 miles from where, so let's say the first 2 clues are contiguous, and then it's another, take it in the canyon down, but too far to walk. What if that too far to walk in the home of Brown is 10 miles away? And I mean, if he still gave us just the first clue, could we still solve it? Or what if he just said, so we know Wyoming, what if he would say inside Yellowstone, not inside Yellowstone? Cynthia was a genius, but she couldn't find it. She and Justin were the 2 stupidest people in the chase because they both searched Sunlight Basin for years and walked right by it.
But what if you just left it as Cynthia's a genius?
Well, I know he's not.
Well, that works too.
Yeah,
I
would
know
you be
it's not
okay with
saying-
that?
He might say Justin Posey was a genius.
Yeah, come on.
I don't know. And what? So could he tell us? Could he like reverse engineer the poem and where he found it and tell us what the hints in TTOTC were? Could he tell us what the key word was? Could he
How
tell
far
us?
could he go?
I mean,
Yeah.
everything that is not specific to those 9 clues. I mean, Kate Pro asked Forrest in the interview with Preston, the end of 2019, so if 9 clues are in 3 stanzas, what are the other 3 stanzas for? And Forrest said, I can't tell you that, or I can't talk about that. Can the finder talk about that? Did he use the other 3 stanzas to figure it out? I mean, to me, there's so much more he could give us.
Yeah, I think like if I had one question to ask that would really help, like with the mindset of the clues, it would be, is the blaze something that can be predetermined? And if so, is it only predetermined? Could it be predetermined by just using the poem and a topographic map? I actually think that would be huge, right? Because if it says no, right, that means that, okay, we're not trying to like draw shapes on a map or something to try and find an X or anything like that. It's literally like face value kind of following these in order on the ground. Whereas if he says yes, that actually really changes the tables, I think, because maybe all you're doing is he's saying not far but too far to walk. Maybe you're just drawing lines on a map, and that actually draws a blaze of sorts, and then you go to a location that really has nothing to do directly with all those other clues. That's a huge difference.
So what I just want to know is that not far but too far to walk, is that one of the 9 clues? And if so, can he tell us what it was? And then the Homer Brown. Doesn't everyone want to know what Brown was? Can the guy just say Brown had nothing to do with that clue? I mean, there's just absolutely nothing. Is Brown a proper noun? Is it the exact spot? When you're at the Homer Brown or below the Homer Brown, are your feet standing somewhere where there is a geographic feature that is the Homer Brown? I mean, any information about the Homer Brown.
Was it a fish? Was it a person? Was it a
yeah, but
creek?
that's what I mean. But that's what when Justin was saying, the blaze. I mean, that's what's so interesting in that article. The finder talks about having a 20-second phone call, which I talked to my wife. That nobody's ever had a 20-second phone call to introduce themselves to a stranger. Say, I'm a searcher. Here's where I am. Here's what my thought process is. This seems to be a fake blaze. It's going to take longer than 20 seconds. Like, sorry, just it took me longer than 20 seconds to say that. And Amy's like, we got to go, so she's trying to shut it off, but it's just
no,
I know, I'm kidding.
Time it, right?
Exactly.
20 seconds and see how much we can say.
And so you go, wait a minute, like, so there was a fake blaze. Why did the searcher get to within 1,000 feet of the actual treasure chest, then call Forrest and have a 20-second phone call and it be a fake blaze or not? Like that.
And hold on one second. Huli, if you could work your magic and put in the link to AGK, since they'll be coming on.
I sure will. Thank you for the reminder.
4 minutes.
Didn't he say that back in 2018 he found a fake blaze and that's when he called Fenn, and then it took him X amount of months to figure out the rest because he said he was there like looking and searching for the chest?
25 days.
Yeah, but I think he broke it off into like different segments because you got him back in 2018 going there, giving Fenn a call. Trust me, Fenn will do 20-second calls. He'll hang up on you after. He's done it to me. But and then he calls him, so then all of a sudden you're in 2018 and now you move forward to 2020. So he's had like a lot of time to try and narrow stuff down.
Figure it out. So we have 3 minutes left. I say we say our goodbyes now. We're going to be on after AGK with Cynthia and Dale. And then we can discuss this further. I'm going to leave the discussion up to Cynthia and Dale as far as how they want to do it. And I'm going to basically be monitoring the chat. Cynthia won't be able to see the chat. So I'll see you guys in the AGK chat. And what are last words? Justin, what do you want to say before we say goodbye?
Oh, this isn't goodbye. It's to be continued.
That's lovely.
Yeah, Justin, because Justin, did I ever show you my doodle?
Did you say noodle or doodle?
Oh, whoa, easy. Easy.
Doodle. Did I ever show you my doodle? So,
Is that demonetized? Yeah.
so anyway,
Why does it sound so dirty when you say it, Cynthia?
Did you get a 3D chest?
I got a 3D noodle.
Oh no. Oh no.
Doodle, sorry, doodle.
Doodle.
You did not
Doodle.
show me the doodle. No.
Okay, so anyway, I was waiting till I get to go to the cabin in Montana, but I figured that's done for the year. So anyway, no, so the reason I even wanted to go on Amy's show tonight, and of course this was before the Finder came out, and I thought it'd be more interesting, was I just wanted other searchers to see the doodles that are tied to scrapbook, whatever the number is, I forget now, 188 or 211 or whatever. And I wanted opinions. And because Justin, you searched so much in Sunlight, which is Desert Highway, and Yellowstone, I want someone like you who knows the area to analyze these and give me your opinion, what it means to you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, all I can do is tell you where this thing is not, or was not. But I'm happy to take a peek. Yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, awesome. So that's what we're going to do afterwards. I'm going to shut this down, and I want you all to go over to the link that Huli put in there in AGK, and we will see you after AGK is over.
Huli, it was nice to
Thanks,
meet
Amy.
your friend.
Thanks, everybody. See you
Nice to see you
later.
all.
It was fun. Thank you all.
Awesome. I'm pressing end. Bye-bye.